When you're not here, it don't feel the same. Your love is all I need for the day. When you're not here, it don't feel the same.
told me a lot of things, but ain't say everything. But now I know every single thing. There was plenty things I didn't know. Plenty things you didn't say. Was fucking with you anyway. Was fucking with you way before you had some confessions to make. You decided to take it to the grave. I know you gon' take it. Ain't no. Okay. Counting on my body, damn, the things just start to pop. Judge me how you judge me, take them bitches out the trap. Fuck none of them niggas, how them niggas love you now? You don't know love, you don't love me like my child. Lay your ass down, and that nigga get you fired up. Turn up every day, girl, they don't say that in the Bible. Can't give it up, cause you love the lifestyle. Okay, bitch, I got her salon. Gucci and Poochie is deep in the body, deeper than a virgin for Louis Vuitton. Out of the Bible, the white phone. I'm Muslim, I go back around. The way I be smiling and holding my gun, she think I be mimicking Vaughn. She only play me in the whip, Indie Royal Cosmetic. I'm just promoting my bitch, Drake song, do it being streamed for show. I'm just promoting her shit, nasty with it. Take her to soul, no bellow, and get her some massive titties. Fashion nigga, roll calm when they drop like Sam, my addy with it. Bitch left me and I'm glad she did it. No, I be testing bitches, back to back, I'm rasping with them. Lean voice, I'm rasping with it. I did my dance one time on TikTok and went viral with it. Okay. Counting on my body, damn, the things just start to pop. Judge me how you judge me, take them bitches out the trap. Fuck none of them niggas, how them niggas love you now? You don't know love, you don't love me like my child. Lay your ass down, and that liquor get you fired up. Turn up every day, girl, they don't say that in the Bible. Can't give it up, cause you love the lifestyle.
In this video over here, and this basically allows it to like from a video image. Now this is something that we can see, and we're also going to be demonstrating the use of artificial intelligence so that we can make a day-to-day lives easier for everyone. With that case, I hope you enjoyed this video, and let's get right into the actual memories, such as naturally, which composes their
for a drink right and a spliff and feel alright. Why is it?
still be there. Came home, but you like I treat you. You'll still be there, my girl. My little baby speechless. You'll still be there, baby. I'm still working on me, and I'm coming back with a plan, and there's money in my hand. You said I was fucking up when I was out here fucking fast. Damn, and it made you crazy, made you sing, made you feel it was crazy. While you sit in the high, I'll be out. You stay worried about me. Hey, yo. Thanks when I just needed to hold somebody. Feeling overwhelmed, should've told somebody. Picturing it's me sending chills through your body. I just probably should've chilled till I saw you. How am I supposed to get to know somebody? Nigga left his 20s and I still wanna party. I cannot be trusted on my own with nobody. I cannot be. If we broke it off, then you know it wasn't painless. If she got a watch, then you know it's not a stainless. I was out here fucking fans, I was shameless. Yeah, and I know that you was at the crib reading stories that they sent you. Most of that was bullshit, but some of it I did do. All for me to justify the women I was into, especially when the whole entire world wish they had you. Then I locked the door that night in Vegas cause I had to. Then I had a kid even though I never planned to. I cannot imagine when your girls gave you that news. I know that probably made you wanna hit the streets on everything. Probably made you wanna pour bleach on everything. Probably made you wanna kill me on everything. Yeah. I know that.
So there are still 5 months securing the hatch on the deck. Use your power to release all 5 months, and the hatch should open. Heed my words.
sky, can't feel nothing. Oh, crash and burn, crash and burn.
This is Selection with JK.
up, Shinobi? Susie, what up? Sound like him. Yeah. What up, Chi-Town? What up, West Side? What up, everywhere else in the world? President Carter, what up, man? Dear Fall, you might not know what my album is called. It's Lupe Fiasco's Food and Liquor. God willing, September is when I plan to fall. I mean, drop like the temperature, then rock on right through the winter. But something on their mind, give them lines to remember. A lifetime remember, which is mine.
Food and Liquor was my first experience of Lupe.
We're all chemicals, vitamins and minerals, and Vicodin within the tubes wrapped around the arm. The seeded vein like a chicken on the bond. Top cat chat, let's begin another yawn. Let's flying sausage cheese, or is it chicken palm? But roosters don't fly like boosters don't buy. So what powers cowards to get them to the top? Just to fall asleep, listen in the Bach. The ribbon in the sky is the ribbon that I drop. Dribbling the eye across the prism of a clock that lacks meaning, but racks up stacks of fat reading. The catch chief and wrapped up plants from trap dealings. Now what's a coffin with a scratch ceiling? And what's the talking without the match feeling? There's berry living and cherry picking every lemon from your berry system, then proceed with the pack feeding. When I was young, I had visions of another world, sneaking looks at the porn stash of my brother Hurl. Incense smoke made vortices and other curls, casting calls for porn films and ad space for rubber girls. I like my pancakes cut in swirls, Moroccan moles and undercover squirrels. I like cartoons, southern cities with large moons, faith healers, ex-female drug dealers, and art booms. Apologize for my weird mix. What tastes like hot dogs and tear drips, and looks like pantomime and clear bricks, and smells like shotguns and deer piss. They on a hunt, kinda salty that I'm going hard. First part of a party that I throw in pods. 1 minute you playing pool, next minute you throwing darts. But that's how you do with a party that you throwing bars. I run the gambit like I'm throwing cards. From popular mechanics to overdosing hard. Paint cold pictures like Nova Scotia landscapes. Nerd gang, McMandelbrot sets when we handshake. A word game, back up, plan that can damn lakes back up. The word plain plan that the man states means I can still be the man if the dam breaks. And when demand breaks, some reflections what they can't face. But Pyrrha still treat the mirror like it's a fan base. The unfettered veteran, the eagle feathered man of medicine that hovers above cities like weathermen, or maybe weather woman. Whatever better to tell you weather coming. I prefer girls to rain all over the world, and not rain like Rain Man, or rain like rain dance, or rain like a slight chance of rain when it's rain, and a rain like deer slaves to Santa Claus, slave man, but rain like queens that reign over made man, and not queen like queen killer, rap city bohemian queen, but queen like white glove wave hand. And not wave hand like it's a heat wave, so you make a fan by waving your hand. I'm talking wave like you saying hey man. And not hate for horses and horses like you almost voiceless. You gotta treat your vocal cords like it's a fortress, and treat every single one of your words like reinforcements. And especially when you're recording, cause that's the portion that's important. When I was reporting that I was poor, but now I'm more than, it's still hooker hills on my sugar hills and sweet spots. Crying shames make margarita rims from cheap tops. Deep plots and floor to ceiling windows for my pea pots. A little scene, swift as sickle swings to make the wheat drop. In 100 words for them hummingbirds that like to eavesdrop and fan out like peacocks with a parakeet that beatbox. So the sun rise when the beat drop and the sun dies when the beat stops.
Then it unties, then it relocks, then it relapse, then it detox, then heat back like a heat pack on his kneecaps at the weak spot, cause he want what we got, like yeah. Poetry like a young ornery Morrissey, then spit it to the golden lock thoughts who like they porridge all watery, not scorching nor sorbity from the still orbiting sorcerer sorcery, coming down gorgeously, just like a Stacy Dash waterfall, a more torturing, a waterboarding Barbie doll, a river of women like Brazilian carnival, swimming in feminine bikinis made out of barbasol. Somebody give them the volleyballs. If you love her, don't ever send her to Molly Mars. Homie, if she lonely, she might end up in Macaulay's claws, coming out the closet over goblets down at Mardi Gras. The fame, champagne, walk of shame, lobby call. My rap position was black condition and activism, ammunition for abolition missions, attacking systems, but they not after listen, less is dropping no Activision. Are we apps or are we bodies filled with apparitions? Operating applications stuck inside an Apple prison. Chicken hacking download updates that lack religion. Or are we more than soil tainting? Disloyal changelings preoccupied with boy and goyle, chasing and foiling others royal saintings. I sit back and watch the world through eye holes in my oil paintings. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Unless you Virgin Mary, nothing do it but to trust. Believe all that. Unless you judge, life is not a dictionary, it's a thesaurus, and I feel like a missionary to a clitoris, the water bearer air of traditions that I swear to never change my chair position or conditions of my porridge. Submission for sedition against the religion of a chorus. Keep them golden weed thieves out the motherfucking forest. As I perform a nerd storm, I prefer my pictures in word form. Bury the hatchet like how a bird born. As I paint cold pictures like Kool-Aid facing condensation, having conversations with flavorful combinations, slave to my concentration. So that's OJ the Juice Man meets OJ with two hands and two gloves. That's too snug to judge who was who drew blood. And Lupe, look at all these toucans in a cemetery full of tomahawks, giving middle fingers to the pigeons doing somersaults. Road runners don't fall off cliffs, they run across anomalies by the colony, flukes by the reservoir, while in pursuers end up as poofs on the desert floor. Levitating youths who know the truth of where the fountain hides, buckaroo roofs painting tunnels onto the mountainsides. 1,000 parts a pound, a heart, an ounce of eyes, announcing out a doubt, and mouth pronounces out accounts of lies. Chocolate counts by the counts of 5. Refrigerator roof full of animals and monsters. Incinerator shoots in the manual for Contra. Assorted memories from my childhood, absorbing energy from the wild woods. Electronic combat, Konami signed contract. Chinese chalk killing cucarachas on contact. Chicago, spread gun aficionado. Efficient spitting, bridging divisions isn't Chicano. Who's the boss? If it isn't Lisa Milano. Do the call, ninja mission into the Congo. Polarized envy of the older guys. Black Obi Shinobi hitting Keno in the face with all my throwing knives. Sub-Zero guiding, hiding, riding in the pack as well. Sound Village, Leaf Village, Wolf Spirit, magic spells, yeah! Dodging rain and catching hell. Face seers need samurais to catch the L. Special research vessels made for catching whales. Fillet of fish, ships, sea shepherd, peppered with extra sails. Rewrite history, liberty needs a better bell. Maybe harder irons and carbon fibers that never fail. Smarter science mixed with our art alliance, a fairy tale. Or maybe just a metal pail you hit with steel tools to announce you've had enough and dropping out of SEAL school. Just like trout jumping out their house to let their gills cool. Cuba scuba couldn't take the temperature of my skill pool, yeah. Said it feels cool to kill fools, slipping through the cracks like when you try to grill gruel. Techno Viking water bottle and not following pill rules will have you off the throttle when you should be modeling chill mood. Roller skate maker, you just cobbling wheel shoes. Overweight taster, king's food that kills crews. Oblivious featherweight baker who autograph cakes whenever his quill moves over your milieu. Simple as a Buddhist monk in the temple standing in some hill grooves with the abbot practicing stillness. Real still till he realizes realness. Defeat Samsara, achieves nirvana and brilliance, yeah.
Yes, I am your ancestor from a time long ago. I proudly served Hyrule's first king. I was a Rito warrior and a sage with control of the wind. Where you fight, the winds follow. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You make me proud. That monster you defeated, the source of that intense blizzard, it was summoned by the Demon King. He thought he could stop you from obtaining the stone you just found, my secret stone.
Demon King? Secret stone?
This is a lot to learn. Listen while I tell you how it passed. A tale of the imprisoned one, and the mission our people must accomplish. Years ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young, a great evil, the Demon King, descended on the land. He sought to wipe out anyone who opposed him. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, requested my aid, as well as that of 5 other warriors, to help in the fight. Rauru entrusted us with amazing artifacts, secret stones, objects that amplified our formidable abilities. I carried one to battle as the Sage of Wind. It was thrilling to fight alongside our fellow sages. Yet we were still no match for the Demon King's overwhelming power. His magic was staggering, and I was unable to slip past his defenses, no matter how hard I tried. In the end, King Rauru realized that we would not be able to defeat the Demon King. To save our world, King Rauru sacrificed himself and sealed the Demon King away.
So that was an imprisoning war.
The rest of us survived that climactic battle. I would soon receive a visitor with a request that would define the future of the Rito. There was another of the 6 sages, a sage of time.
The Demon King will return. The magic binding him will be undone. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. But Link will only succeed with the Rito's help. Summon the winds and support this hero.
It was clear what taught the Rito.
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Rito Sage of Wind will awaken once more. And you can count on the full support of the Rito.
And now you know about the imprisoning war, and a mission I accepted on our behalf. You have saved Rito Village, but there's more to do. The Demon King will soon recover his full strength. Tulin, my brave fledgling, you must take up my secret stone and honor the Sage of Time's request. Fight the Demon King with the swordsman Link.
So it's my mission to fight the Demon King with you? Link! This is so amazing! I can't believe you this is such an important mission, and it involves fighting alongside you to save the world! If we don't do anything, then the world is gonna be in big trouble. I can't let that happen. I'll do this! I'll happily take the secret stone! I am the Sage of Wind! Look! Check out what I can do now! Link, hold out your hand. Tulin, the Sage of Wind, swear to fight by your side until the end. Take this. It's proof that I'm with you. All set. You can use this ring to call my power anytime, all right? Okay, let's head back to the village and tell Dad. Leave it to me. Three down, 2 to go.
Oh?
Three down, two to go. Leave it to me. I only have one left. Be careful! All right. We only have one left. This thing opened one of the locks. You gotta find. Hurry out to them. That's it, Link. We should. Leave it to me. We only have one left. Be careful.
stone we just found, our secret stone.
Demon King? Secret stone?
There seems a lot to learn. Listen while I tell you what happened. In the mission years ago, a great evil, the Demon King, descended on Earth. However, the first king of Hyrule pressed the land, as well as that by other beings. Rauru entrusted us with amazing artifacts, secret stones, objects that amplify our formidable abilities. I carried one into battle as the Sage of Wind. I was thrilled to fight alongside my fellow sages. Yet we were still no match for the Demon King's overwhelming power. His magic was staggering, and I was unable to slip past his defenses, no matter how hard I tried. In the end, King Rauru realized that we would not be able to defeat the Demon King. To save our world, King Rauru sacrificed himself and sealed the Demon King away.
So that was the imprisoning war.
The rest of us survived that climactic battle, and I would soon receive a visitor with a request that would define the future of the Rito. There was another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time.
The Demon King will return. The magic binding him will be undone. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. But Link will only succeed with the Rito's help. Summon the winds and support this hero.
It was clear what part the Rito would play.
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Rito Sage of Wind will awaken once more. And you can count on the full support of the Rito.
And now you know about the imprisoning war, and a mission I accepted on our behalf. You've saved Rito Village, but there's more to do. The Demon King will soon recover his full strength. Tulin, my brave fledgling, you must take up my secret stone and honor the Sage of Time's request. Fight the Demon King with the swordsman Link.
So it's my mission to fight the Demon King with you? Link! This is so amazing! I can't believe my ancestor gave me such an important mission, and it involves fighting alongside you to save the world! If we don't do anything, then the world is gonna be in big trouble. I can't let that happen. I'll do this. I'll happily take the secret stone. I am the Sage of Wind! Look! Check out what I can do now! Link, hold out your hand. I, Tulin, the Sage of Wind, swear to fight by your side until the end. Take this. It's proof that I'm with you.
My brave fledgling.
I know.
Years ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule and now you know about
You can use that ring to call on my power anytime, all right? Okay, let's head back to the village and tell Dad. So it's my mission to fight the Demon King with you?
Oh? Oh?
divine, here I go. Drop, my baby, my cups contra. Girl, and we blazing, it's ooh la la. Shocking you niggas that expected me to rap about my nana. I'm too much of a privilege, since I got attention on me, I cannot be frivolous. My calling got extensions on me, driven by purpose. Intentional with vision, cause it's promise is worth it. My spirit lyrical, the flow is divergent, so when I speak it on your beat, rock to this beat, nigga, it's urgent. Been in my own lane, focus even when I squirt, staying self-free, so suck a mother lover, get the car. Skirt, to all of that who get, see, I'm nothing like these birds. This like my blind, you know I want to filter. Can't Photoshop this destiny, this is my chauffeur. Rise getting real crazy and let the hater turn. Go with how I elevate this energy.
Check me out, yo. My shadows on the street like my echoes linger from verses I recite. My inner heckle street fights. I speak nice. It's spectacular, vernacular, and effortless. I raise the stakes to Dracula. This definite master. The god yelling on guard. Cross swords with a blade of grass in the turf war. Who on earth more? Who's worth more? I talk too many, choose to avoid, some choose to ignore. The richest make a die for it. Spiritual wealth, my heart beat, the rhythm get felt. I play percussion on your eardrums. Now listen well. Silence is golden. Poverty get loudly spoken. They whole sound is wild, provoking, wild. We thought provoking. Lyrics I wrote them. Spirits quote from the inside of my scrotum. Cause I son niggas and never know them. Just show them levels like architects. The perfect architect for all respect. I'm here till God collect. God body. The God in seek. Making sure souls get body. Reversing homies. The reaper gon' revive me. I fell on their fears and spoke like the resurrect kids. My time is right near. Lift your hourglass and cheers. We black and fat with privilege. Got rack on rack and stimulus. I strap my scrapbook. As a matter of fact, I rap unlimited. Black presented, max admitted, hacks presented, lax admitted, max whack ass rap tracks. You listen to that, stimulus from it. Nigga, my shit so hard I need more pussy. Instrument too good, she fuck my rock and bust a 60. Up and bust the flow. Fuck around and bust the dope. Wide open. When it's opportunity, I can say hello, nigga. Yeah. Real nigga shit. Check. It's funny how two freestyles got me shook. Meanwhile, bodies decompose composition.
Are you broker than a tooth fairy working in a meth house in Tears of the Kingdom? Well, look no further, because in today's video, I'm going to be all the things you can need at Tears of the Kingdom. The first thing we're going to do is head southeast from Central Hyrule towards Faerun. We're going to go to the Lakeside Stable, and we're going to pick up this shrine called the Shrine. Once up here, if you want, you can pick up some of these mighty bananas for food. This isn't actually part of the video, it's just like a little bonus. But once you get the shrine, we're going to jump off, and we're going to head towards this area or right here where that fire is. Once you glide your money-hungry butt here, you're going to notice these awkward-looking creatures. These are called Dondons. At least I think that's what they're called. This is actually a really amazing tip that my friend Stampeding Turtle found out, so make sure to check out her Twitch channel. I'll leave a link in the description below. But you'll also notice here that there's sapphires and diamonds here. If you pick them up, you're going to get yelled at, so just don't do that. But that's not actually what we're here for. There's a thing we can do with these Dondons that you wouldn't really suspect. If you hold up on the D-pad and navigate to your luminous stones, you can drop one on the ground. You're gonna notice that this Dondon's gonna side-eye it like a crackhead and a cookie. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what I was doing with that one. But notice that the Dondons will come up and eat this luminous stone. There are tons of places to farm up luminous stones, but if you head east from Lookout Landing, there's a shrine here and here that you can pick up, and then there's a cave right here that you can farm up for luminous stones. There's gonna be a few outside, and there's going to be even more luminous stone inside the cave. There's a total of 5 Dondons in this area, so what I recommend doing is dropping luminous stones throughout here. So we're gonna drop 3 here because there's 3 Dondons that haven't eaten one. I don't have any more luminous stones because I've been farming this up non-stop. There's usually 1 Dondon back here as well. And we will be going over where to farm up all these luminous stones as well. So right, eat your little stone, buddy. Now once your Dondons, you don't actually have to sit here and watch the Dondons eat the stones if you don't want to, but maybe you're into that thing. I don't know. While we're waiting for our cute little Dondons to poop out all of our gems, we're gonna move on to the next part. For this next part, we're gonna need at least 1 piece of warm weather gear. You should have gotten the archaic warm greaves at the beginning of the game. If you somehow missed them, you can go to the sky map, and you're gonna go to the Gutenbach Shrine. From here, you're gonna run just behind you. We're gonna head towards this little ledge right here. Once at the ledge, activate Ascension to teleport up through it, and then we're gonna head inside of this tree. And then just to the right of this little fire, there's going to be a chest right here with the archaic greaves in there. Now having cold weather here, we're gonna head from Central Hyrule all the way northwest. We're gonna head to the Snowfield State. There's gonna be a shrine here that you can unlock, and if you still are in need of more cold weather resistance, you can run towards the well right over here, and there's gonna be a good number of spicy peppers. You probably already have a ton of these from exploring the area, but if you want, you can go up to one of the cooking stations. You can hold 5 of these bad boys in your hand and just throw them in the pot. This is gonna give you spicy sauteed peppers with cold resistance for 12 minutes and 30 seconds. A horse is definitely going to help with this, and if you don't have a horse already, there's plenty of horses in this particular area. If you've never tamed a horse before, there's a couple of really easy tricks. What we can do is just look for a horse that we want, pull out your bow, and then hold up on the D-pad. You're gonna want to select something that adds an ice effect. Ice fruit are great for this. Once we have that equipped, just shoot a horse right in the butt, and you're gonna stand right next to it, smashing the A button. The second the horse breaks free of the ice, you're gonna be able to jump on it, and then you can just hit the swoop button to be able to quickly tame your horse. If you want, you can register your new horse to the stables for an extra pony point, and that way you can also come back here at any time and get that horse. Now from here, it's really simple. You're not gonna really want to sprint on your horse. If you hit the A button, you can go a lot faster on your horse. You can use up these little spurs to go faster. But quite frankly, what we're gonna be doing, we really don't want to be moving that fast. We're gonna go in a specific loop, so just kind of follow along where we're going. You're gonna find bears and stuff like that along. If you want to go into bullet time, you can jump off your horse to be able to shoot the animals right in the face. To kill a bear, you need to shoot it right in the face. If you shoot it anywhere else, it's gonna keep running away. This is gonna drop raw gourmet meat and raw prime meat. Once you kill that bear, go ahead and hop back on your horse. Avoid going farther into this area. There's a big old dragon boy that way that we really don't want to fight. You're gonna turn left towards the shrine, and we're gonna go kind of back between these rocks. I'll open up my map to show you the loop that we're doing. Essentially starting from the stables, you're gonna make this loop kind of like this. We're gonna run through these trees right. This is where we found the bear, and we're gonna make our way this way to this area right here. Then we're gonna make our way down here to the road. And then once we get to the road, we're gonna turn around, and we can continue this loop over and over. There are wolves around that you can kill if you want, but it's really not worth it for the arrows. When you approach the bears, you can use a spur to kind of get in front of them and then hop off, and then just make sure you get them right in the face. Do not miss, because they will run away and it's gonna be a nightmare. Pick up that raw gourmet meat. Sometimes they will also drop hardy salmon, which is pretty amazing. The other thing we're going to be hunting are moose. They're gonna be moose all over this area as you go, and moose you can hit I think anywhere, but just try and get face shots because you really don't want to waste arrows. We're trying to do this the best as possible. These will also drop raw gourmet meat and raw prime meat. This doesn't sound really exciting right now, but I will show you why you're gonna make so much money from this in a moment. From here, we're gonna continue on our loop. As you're running through these open fields, just make sure to keep an eye out for any type of wildlife that we can kill for this raw prime meat. Sometimes you'll find a lot more mooses than other times. We're gonna grab this last moose that's in this area right here, and just keep in mind that when you're running through these open snowy fields, sometimes you might find more moose, but it's gonna be limited to a certain number of bears per loop that you do. You can kind of look on the other side of this. Sometimes there's a moose that'll spawn on the other side here, but it's really not worth it. Once we turn around and head to this batch of woods over here, though, there's a high chance of a lot of moose being in this area. They're kind of going to continuously spawn in this spot, so just keep that in mind. There's also going to be a bear here somewhere. Interesting. I've never actually seen the bear sleep before, and usually he's in the woods, so just keep an eye on all these spots as we're kind of progressing through here. Those hardy salmon are going to be so very nice. Now, if you get aggroed by this guy, you can actually just open up your bow and then equip a fire fruit, hop off your horse, go into bullet time, and just shoot him once, as long as he doesn't disappear. Which it looks like he might be disappearing in the middle of my bullet time. No, he exploded. If you hit an ice dude with a fire thing, they explode into oblivion. It's pretty nice. Once you finish your first loop, head back to Faerun. We're gonna check on our Dondons, and if you're lucky, you're gonna find a lot of gems on the ground. Sometimes you'll find like flint and stuff like that. We seem to be getting pretty lucky this time. Just run around this area and pick up all the gems that you find. Now, amber specifically. Now, the great thing about this too is they drop a lot of amber, and this might not be very exciting to you, but if you're working on leveling up any of your armor, it actually takes a ton of amber, and you can farm up a lot this way. Also, make sure to run all the way around this area because sometimes they'll poop out their little gems in the back areas back here. So just keep that in mind. While you're here, if you have more luminous stones, make sure to feed the Dondons more so they keep pooping out that sweet, sweet money for you. Now, essentially, just go back to Snowfield Stables and continue through this loop. You can do this loop as much as you want, where you collect raw prime meat and gourmet meat, and then go to Faerun and collect all of these gems. But we're gonna do something very specific with all of this meat to make even more money. Once you feel like you've collected enough meat, head to any cooking station at any stable or at Lookout Landing. Open up your inventory, and we're gonna do 2 different things. You're gonna get more raw prime meat with this than you will the gourmet meat. But if you hold 5 of the gourmet meat in your hands and cook it in the pot, you're going to get something called a meat skewer with full recovery. You can do the same thing with the raw prime meat, and you're going to get a meat skewer that adds 15 hearts. You're gonna want to do this with everything that you collected. If you select one of the meats and then select for recipe after cooking the meal, you can just select it, put all the meat in your hands, and then you can cook it in the pot much faster. Make sure to skip the cutscene so that way you can get through this as fast as possible. Make sure to cook up all the gourmet meat and the raw prime meat. Once you've cooked up all of your meat, head to really any shop to be able to sell your goods. If you're already cooking at a stable, you can look for veal. You'll notice that these meat skewers that we made sell for 315 rupees a piece. This is almost double what the raw meat is worth on its own. And you're just gonna want to go through and sell all of the meat that you cooked. You're gonna notice just how much money we're able to make from this pretty quickly. This is only from me doing 1.5 loops. So depending on how lucky you get with the raw gourmet meat, you can make a lot of money very quickly. So pretty much any time that you need armor, you can just farm up this gourmet meat, farm up some Dondons if you have any extra iridescent stones, and just make all of the money that your heart could desire. Now hopefully you won't have to work at that meth house anymore to make some money.
Okay. Hey! Huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh.
In Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, the floating Colosseum houses 5 Lynels, extremely tough boss-type enemies that drop some of the strongest and best bows, fused materials, and elixir components in the game. This guide will show how to defeat them and even farm them for overpowered gear. As usual, useful timestamps can be found in the video description. Before going to the Colosseum, we need to prepare. This method relies on the fact that when you damage a Lynel while riding on its back, the weapon you use doesn't take any durability damage. So with that in mind, we are going to make an extremely strong weapon to use exclusively against Lynels. The first thing we'll need is the Royal Guard's Claymore, which is surprisingly easy to get. Taking off from the Skyview Tower at Lookout Landing, you can glide toward the main entrance of Hyrule Castle. If you have the glide suit, then getting there is no problem. Even if you don't, having a few stamina vessel upgrades or a couple stamina replenishing consumables will enable you to reach the floating castle. After running through the main entrance into the sanctum, take the left staircase to the 3rd floor. Near the crumbled horse statue's head, you'll find the Royal Guard's bow, which is extremely strong. What we are really after is the Royal Guard's greatsword, which is behind the horse statue's legs. You can also run to the other side of this level to grab the Royal Guard's shield. There are plenty of other good items in Hyrule Castle, but that is all we need for our purposes. What makes the Royal Guard's Claymore special is that it has a property where once it is badly damaged, its attack power is doubled. Not only that, but the attack power of any material fused with it is also doubled. Normally, this would only last for the few swings remaining in the Claymore. However, we will only be using this weapon while on the Lynel's backs, so it won't take any durability damage and can be used indefinitely. With that in mind, the next step for this guide is to perform heavy attacks with the Royal Guard's Claymore until getting the notification that it is badly damaged, at which point we'll stop using it. We will also need a good fuse material to fuse with the Royal Guard's Claymore. The Black Bokoblin horn is decently strong, and Black Bokoblins are fairly easy to beat. If you are having trouble finding a Black Bokoblin, I'm almost positive they are guaranteed to spawn in Lurelin Village, which is located on the coast near the southeast corner of the map. Once you've gotten a Black Bokoblin horn or anything stronger, fuse it with the badly damaged Claymore. We now have our weapon to take on the Lynels, which should have an attack power of nearly 100 or more. Before heading to the Colosseum, where we will get our overpowered loot and as a bonus Majora's Mask, there are some remaining necessary items to check off. The reasons why will become apparent during the fight, but trust me when I say you will need them. First is a decent supply of arrows, around 25, and the Royal Guard's bow we just got. We will also need around 8 bomb flowers or zonite cannons. In addition, be sure that you have at least 2 stamina vessel upgrades, or 5 consumables that can replenish about half a wheel of stamina each. Next, bright bloom seeds are highly recommended as the Colosseum is in the depths where it is very dark. Finally, while it is not 100% necessary, the Fierce Deity armor set will max out your attack power bonus, which will help greatly. The Fierce Deity set is obtained as part of a chain quest that begins near the Foothill Staple to the northeast of Central Hyrule. From there, you should be able to see smoke rising from a campfire to the north. Upon arrival, you'll meet 2 brothers in discussion. Speak with them to begin the Misko's Cave of Chests side quest. While you could go into the cave and to look through the chests yourself, it's easier to have a dog help with the task. Feed the nearby dog around 7 food items. This can be raw meat, but it can also be fruits like apples. Just grab the items out of your inventory and throw them on the ground in front of the dog. Once you've fed the dog enough food, it will start leading you into the nearby Cephalate Cave. The dog will sniff around and find a specific chest for you to dig up. Use the Ultra Hand to pull the chest free and open it for the Ember Trousers. At this point, the treasure hunting brothers will approach for another conversation. Afterwards, there will be a message in the bottle that you can read. It talks about the Fierce Deity sword and hints at the location of 3 keys associated with the Fierce Deity's form, which is actually the armor set that needs to be worn to get the Fierce Deity sword. Once you've gone through the message in the bottle, the side quest of Misko's treasure, the Fierce Deity, will be added to your journal. The first piece of the Fierce Deity armor set we will go for is in the old stump in Hyrule Field. To the northwest of the Hyrule Field Skyview Tower is a landmark called the Ancient Tree Stump. Make your way over there and descend into the caverns below. On the south side of the cavern is a cave blocked by vines. A bladed weapon or fire can be used to clear the path ahead. We will then need to make our way through a winding path that involves a bit of climbing. At the end of the path, there will be another set of vines blocking a treasure chamber. Clear the vines away and open the chest to retrieve the Fierce Deity boots. Like the rest of the armor set, these boots increase your attack damage. by using a combination of gliding and diving. Retrieved my horse and rode northwest along the Akala Wilds mountain ridge, eventually and returned to Cephala Lake Cave, chasm which we can get to by gliding. Gliding south from Hyrule Field Skyview Tower.
What's going on, everyone? Austin John Please here, and today I'm going to be talking about all that they've ever released, all of the Super Smash Bros. Game. I'm going to be covering that much more in detail later on. Set, which you can get from the 30th anniversary Link amiibo, and I think you can get it from Toon Link Smash. Not 100% on that one, because once you unlock it with one, it's not going to drop for the other. So because they unlock based outfits require star pieces in order to upgrade. Now is the awesome one, which is Majora's Mask Link. You can unlock the Fierce Deity armor. All of the amiibo based outfits require star pieces in order to upgrade, so they're pretty darn expensive. If you have Sheik from Super Smash Bros. Amiibo, you can unlock the Sheik mask. If you have the Revali amiibo, you're going to be able to upgrade now. Sword 32. Sure about that. There's no Wolf Link to join you in the game, by the way, just in case you didn't know that. And this is the Of the Sky set, which you can get from the Skyward Sword 30th anniversary Link. I just don't have the pants for this outfit, but it's fine because they look the same as all the other pants. Okay, that's the boring ones out of the way. Now is the awesome one, which is Majora's Mask Link. You can unlock the Fierce Deity armor. All of the amiibo based outfits require Godhead, and like I said, you can get it. That's probably get it from an in-game sense because that was a little confusing sword. You're getting Claymore to say the least. Lock in Breath of the Wild was called the Twilight Bow. However, into this one, and again, they look pretty awesome. They're well endorsed. Something duplex bow is 30. I a range of I think like as far as shield per day. And not way for you to just kind of right. All you need all of your amiibos in one big shot. Whatever. Load up your heart. There we go. For hard save. Oh, scan them again. Because you are now seeing as being on a different day, you're allowed to scan your amiibo like this. And if you're an absolute completionist, and if you want to do one big string of scanning all of your amiibo for all of the different paragliders, if you go to your key items and you look down, you're gonna be having your paragliders here. There are 21 unique paragliders from amiibo, not including the Tears of the Kingdom amiibo, which later Austin is gonna talk about that. There are 5 very similar Link-looking outfits. There's the Of Awakening set, the Fierce Deity set, the Sheik mask, and the 4 Divine Helms. So all in all, you're gonna have a total of 26 pieces of amiibo clothing. Do keep in mind, once again, you can get all of them from the base game. You do not have to get them now. If you want to get them now, go for it, but you don't have to. When it comes to the exclusive unlocks, that's going to be coming down to the paragliders. If you make your way to Hateno Village, you're gonna be finding Sage the Creepy Die Guy. It's been a long time since I said that. And you're gonna get the option to rework the paraglider. Now there are a lot of paragliders that you can unlock in-game without having any amiibos. In this portion, I'm just going to cover the amiibo exclusive paragliders. Previously, what was always called like the Champion's Tunic during Breath of the Wild has been rebranded to the Tunic of Memories. And if you were to scan yourself Archer Link, you're gonna be able to get yourself the Tunic of Memories fabric. Once you get the fabric after you speak to Sage, he's gonna be able to convert it into a paraglider. And then for 20 rupees, you can just change over whichever paraglider you want. The 8-bit Link from the 30th anniversary is going to be getting you this, the Pixel fabric one, which I kind of love. The Breath of the Wild Bokoblin amiibo is going to get you the Bokoblin fabric, which is loosely modeled after the Bokoblin mask.
So Tears of the Kingdom just came out at the time of recording this, and I want to talk about it today. We're going to play it too, so don't worry about that, but I want to talk about it a little bit before we hop into it, just my initial perspective on it. I think Nintendo handled this release very poorly. For one, $70 is way too much for this game, from what I understand. I've talked to a lot of people who have played it almost to its entirety, and they just feel like the game is a heavily remixed version of Breath of the Wild, but it's still Breath of the Wild. And with games existing on the Switch like Xenoblade Chronicles Torna, which is DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a 40-hour-long expansion of the game that completely remixes the battle style, that completely changes the music, and has a completely new world with nothing that you could see from the previous Xenoblade Chronicles 2 world. It's hard to warrant spending $70 on this specific experience. Not to mention, a lot of games that are $70 are $70 for good reason, that being that people are now developing for newer hardware that requires a lot more money to make things visually up to snuff, up to par with the rest of the games on that platform, whereas Tears of the Kingdom is not only completely reusing an engine from a game from 2017, but it's also running on hardware that's technically 2 console generations behind. So while new games for new consoles like the PS5 have to feel up to snuff to what the hardware can produce, games like Tears of the Kingdom don't need to be $70 because they're competing with games on their hardware that feels like it's 2 console generations behind. You see what I'm saying? There's no logical reason for the game to be $70, unlike other games that do logically need to be $70. And beyond that, the game just looks like it's Breath of the Wild. I mean, I've seen a lot of reviews talk about how it is very, very similar to Breath of the Wild, and some people are gonna really like that, some people aren't. I've seen the game get like 6 out of 10s from some people, and that's entirely valid, and I'm kind of wondering if that's gonna be what my experience is like, because I haven't really touched Breath of the Wild in a long time, because I don't know, I guess I didn't like the game enough to play through it like 3 times. So yeah, we're just gonna sit down, see what the experience is like, so, you know, without further ado, let's just get into it. Okay, so it's actually starting off like really quickly, and my hype is building way too much. I think I was too much of a Zelda whore to actually hold my mean stance. Like, I'm getting so hyped. Just walking by her side, it's changing my whole perspective. Let us go, my love. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Also, I love this little bit of lore they're fucking up, because you actually couldn't get
full hearts and full stamina at the same time, Breath of the Wild, so they made it a little goofier.
These ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something's written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Alright, here's where my first point of contention is gonna come up. This is a very lore-heavy game, but it's very lore-heavy in the sense that it ignores a lot of other lore. I have gotten these spoilers, so I'm sorry, y'all. So generally, this game just seems to ignore a lot of what previous Zelda has kind of conveyed to us in terms of the beginning of Hyrule. But yeah, like, this is God. So yeah, like I was saying, it does kind of ignore a lot of what not Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword and previous Zelda games set up. So that's kind of what I'm expecting from the story, just something that is cool in the moment, but
at the end of the day, it's gonna like kind of spit in the face of a lot of previous lore, and it's gonna make me not take it that seriously. I know I'm crotchety and old and an asshole, but I'm still really excited to see them together. Oh, yo, he mad ugly, dog. They made him so ugly. Everyone's talking about like how hot Ganondorf is, but bro, he looks mad ugly in like every single piece of media I've seen of him so far, except for that one picture they showed off where he's got his little titty hanging out. Dude, the 2017 version of me is coming out. Yep. Yeah. I was being so angry in the beginning of this video, but every single time I pick up a controller and I start playing Zelda, all the hate in me just leaves my body. God, this looks so sick. Alright, yeah, I'm hyped. It looks like they did do something to change the visuals of this game a little bit. I think it might be the shading, but it does look crisper. It looks visually more pleasing, but it still does run kind of like chunkily. Like it kind of chunks along a little bit sometimes. Or at least like in the area with all the water, it didn't seem super smooth, but it was, God, it was pretty. Okay, this is why I could never do a playthrough of this game. I've been doing nothing of value for 20 minutes. Let's roll it. Let's keep going.
Crappy.
Burrow's kind of going crazy with all this new technology. It's the Nintendo Switch, dude! Oh my god! I miss when it was the Wii U gamepad, and I'm not even gonna lie to you. The Wii U gamepad was an era. Alright, so like I was saying about the story, it's a little bit, my fault, dog. My fault, I didn't mean to. But like I was saying, the story's a little bit wonky, because we got this dude right here. First of all, furry bait to the supreme. I mean, just like, look at him. But yeah, this is Rauru. You know, like that guy from Ocarina of Time. Yeah, they share more than just a name, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that for a fact, so this could be like a fake spoiler. So, I mean, there you go. But that's Rauru. That's the dude. It just kind of like, the entire story rewrites what we know about The Legend of Zelda in kind of a clunky way. And I don't really know if I enjoy that too much. I just think it, I don't know. It seems unnecessary. I can't get over how pretty this game looks. Like, honestly, it's so gorgeous for the hardware that it's on. Like, you see a bunch of games that fail to kind of meet this aesthetic, this visual fidelity, and then you get games like this, and it's like, I could genuinely look out over the landscape for hours and not get bored. Like, it's magical. It really is magical. I heard that. Hey, you thought you could get me like that. Oh, you really thought. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Some dudes. I missed some enemies. I kind of do want to kill him, though. Honestly. That way, that didn't go exactly like I planned. This is fine. This is totally fine. Yep, just do that, and then you can get smacked up like this. There's 3 of them? Wait, hey. Okay, nice. I heard people say this game didn't fuck around, but I didn't know they meant it. I thought they were joking. I thought it was a little bit. I thought it was a tiny itty bitty bit. Dude, no way. It's the first one of these little shits. Oh boy, I'm so excited. What's good, little dude? What do you give me this time?
You're not Hestu, but you see me? I didn't know someone like that. Whatever, yada yada yada.
Please return. Oh, just a Korok seed again. Nice. Oh, my friends are hiding in lots of different places too, so you should keep an eye out while you wander. Thanks, dog. Back on the Korok seed grind, you already know. No, genuinely in Breath of the Wild, I didn't even mess with them because outside of upgrading weapon slots, there was just, you know, everybody knows there was no value. We all know you got the big fat piece of shit at the end when you got every single Korok seed. It's not worth it. It's not worth the excitement. Do I reenact the commercial? Or do I do the shrine? Commercial? Shrine. Commercial. Commercial. Here we are. So I think I'm gonna tackle this one shrine, then we'll call it for a video. Long term, if this video like does well, I do want to make more videos talking about my general feelings about the game once I'm like maybe 20 to 30 hours in, something along those lines. But for now, this is all you're getting. You're getting me and my first impressions and first experiences. All right, so we got the handy mandy ability, and I was gonna be like, bam, easy as pie. That's really embarrassing. Bam, easy as pie, first try. Dude, I'm vibing with this music. It's so nice. It's so nice. Wait, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. We're gonna grab you and then tilt you. That's the wrong button. Tilt you. I got my lefts and rights confused. Please don't make fun of me. Please don't make fun of me. Okay, so obviously this was the first shrine. Like, realistically, I wasn't expecting anything crazy. But, like, this is cute. I really like it so far. I really like the vibe, and I really love the music. Like, the music is so nice. It's just so calm and soothing, and it's perfect for this little ride on my little, you know, homemade DIY gondola. Like, this is nice. This is a good vibe so far. Okay, so while I'm marking these shrines on my pad, Let me just give you like first impressions really quickly. I actually do think this game is a lot better, starting off at least, than I've given it a lot of credit for. I was very afraid of this game kind of like falling off and going down a path of it just not being its own.
beat the uncut. Do your thing, let me do my thing. I mean, do your thing, let me do my thing. Move that thing, mommy, move that thing. Come on, move that thing, mommy, move that thing. Pump it up. Pump it up, game to get it drunk with a dame and shit it drunk. Game to get it on. More than 5 hoes in your bank to get it on. Roll up like that thing can get it on. Place to fit it on. Game to get it on. Hold up, you wanna work that. Let me in, let me hurt that, murk that. You gotta hurt back. Can't spit it out, boo, you gotta flirt that. Can't cut her after we done, it wasn't worth that. So we responsible for bringing dirt back. She got the ball style and she throwing it up. She drank a little hypno, throwing it up. But I'm only dealing with freaks that wanna gun mine. 2, 3, 1, 1. Just go to get it played late night on BT Uncut. Do your thing, let me do my thing. I mean, do your thing, let me do my thing. Move that thing, mommy, move that thing. Come on, move that thing, mommy, move that thing. Pump it up. Pump it up, game to get it drunk with a dame and shit it drunk. Game to get it on. More than 5 hoes in your bank to get it on. Roll up like that thing can get it on. Place to fit it on. Game to get it on. Hold up, you wanna work that. Let me in, let me hurt that, murk that. You gotta hurt back. Can't spit it out, boo, you gotta flirt that. Can't cut her after we done, it wasn't worth that. So we responsible for bringing dirt back. She got the ball style and she throwing it up. She drank a little hypno, throwing it up. But I'm only dealing with freaks that wanna gun mine. 2, 3, 1, 1. Just go to get it played late night on BT Uncut. Do your thing, let me do my thing.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
What's poppin' YouTube? It's your boy Lil Finesse, the Jiggy Hippie, back with another video. In this video, we're going to be discussing the Leo sign. Now, we came from Aries, the head, went to Taurus, the throat, Gemini, the dualities of the arms, the hands, and the fingers on each side, the lungs, the duality. We went to Cancer, which is the chest and the breast for women, and also the stomach. And now we're at Leo. And now peep how everything in astrology, everything in life, everything in nature, all ties in together. I keep saying this to stress it, like it all ties in together. Now, Leo is ruled by the heart. Keep that in mind while I move on to the video. So without further ado, let's get it popping, shall we? So Leo is ruled by the heart. Now the planet that Leo rules is the sun. Now I'm gonna pause real quick for that and let that soak in. In the human body, the heart is the center of our body. The heart pumps blood. It's like the motor. It's the center, it's the core of our whole human body. Without the heart, you have no life. It's more important to me, I believe, or I really think it's more important to me than the brain. The heart is really the center of the body. Now in our solar system, the sun is the center of the solar system. It sits in the middle and it radiates energy and heat to every other planets around it. Now, I'm gonna repeat that to make sure y'all understand what that really means. Without the sun, there is no life, no light anywhere. To understand a Leo person, you you have to really understand the psychological nature of the sun. No sun, no light. The sun is in the center, and it's the most important life force for our solar system, and it's ruled by the heart. So now, as I continue, I'm gonna give y'all some Leo people examples so I can like explain to y'all why they act the way they act, because everybody's gonna act how they act based on what their chart says, but astrology gives you a reason as to why they act. So it gives you the opportunity to understand, like, all right, so this person acting like this because of that. It gives you the opportunity to react in a certain way, because instead of being like, why are they always doing that, or you're annoying as hell, you understand why they do that, and it gives you the chance to react any way you want to react to it. So boom, some examples for some Leo people are so we have Madonna, we have Kylie Jenner, we got Soulja Boy. Now keep that in mind. Soulja Boy, peep what he's doing right now. Actually, that's actually a relevant topic. Soulja Boy is a Leo, and peep how they say Leos like to get attention, whatever. But I feel like Leos are even high key, low key, whatever key you want, more confident than Aries people. When I say Aries are very confident, they're more confident than Aries people because they are the sun. I'm gonna explain that more later on in this video. So Soulja Boy, peep all the stuff he does to get attention, basically, like all the stuff he says, and especially how he dresses, how he presents himself, like his presence. So peep, so Soulja Boy. We got Lil Uzi Vert, the same thing. We got Lil Pump, the same thing. Like peep their presence, peep their energy, like keep their energy in your head, how they move about on this world. We got this guy called Boonk. He had like that boot gang, like he had the phone when he was like doing stupid shit and videotaping himself, and he got hella views. Like, so that guy Boonk, he got mad tattoos on his face. He's a Leo, so I mean, keep that in your head. Understand, keep the way they act in your head. Boot gang. We have Bobby Shmurda, he made the Shmoney dance. We got Tory Lanez. We have Barack Obama was a Leo. Usain Bolt was a Leo. Adrian Broner, and he was that boxer that recently just fought Manny Pacquiao, and he lost the fight. But after the fight, and the interviewer was talking to him, he's like, "Yeah, I beat him. Y'all saw me, I beat him." Like they really, I'm gonna explain why they feel this way, but they really don't. They feel like they are the shit. In the way they are, I'm not explaining why, but Adrian Broner, he lost the fight and still thought he won. Like, just keep all that energy in your head. We got Kyle Kuzma from the Lakers, and I fuck with Kyle Kuzma heavy. He's really nice. But in his interviews, every time that the person is talking to him, he has so much confidence. He's like, "Yeah, I already knew I was gonna be here. I worked hard. Like, I already know. Like, I'm like that." He basically, his confidence is A1, always A1. So now, we got Demi Lovato, and we got Tom Brady, Dak Prescott. He's the quarterback for the Cowboys. So now, Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun is the heartbeat of our solar system, the heartbeat of our solar system. Everything revolves around it. The sun is the heartbeat of our body. Everything happens through how the heart pumps and how it gives blood to the whole body, circulates the whole body. So basically the motor or the engine for the whole body. So understand how hot and how strong the sun is, that even if you stare at it for a long ass time, you stare at the sun and you look away, right? All you will see is just blindness. Your eyes will be blinded from the rays of the sun, from staring at it too long. You become blinded by it. The sun is so strong that put yourself in the sun's shoes, like if you are the sun, right? Imagine that you are the sun, you will not be able to see anything around you because your radiation, your energy is so strong. You yourself will be blinded if you are the sun looking out. You won't see nothing around you except your energy you give out, like that light. Leo people don't really see how they affect people and what they do. And before y'all start getting mad and all that, let me explain that one time. Let me explain that. Leos they kind of feel entitled. They feel like they're royal. Now let me pause for that. And also, Leo's ruled by the lion. So now, look at nature, how the lion acts. The lion, not the lioness, the lion with the mane. Leos love their hair too, so the mane. Lions are the king of the jungle. Lions are the king of the jungle. Everything in the jungle, everything in like the wildlife revolves around the lion being the center, number one head honcho, like the king of the jungle. Lion is the center of the jungle. The sun is the center of our solar system. The heart is the center of our body. Peeping how all this is tying in. The lion rules the jungle, but it doesn't even do all the hunting like that. The lioness is one that goes out to hunt. But you can even watch this on YouTube. Like, just type in the lion versus the lioness. Like, the lioness, she goes out to get the food, right? And she comes back and brings it to the herd, or to the pride. And the first thing that happened is the Leo that was just chilling there, sitting, cooling. The Leo was just sitting there, like gazing around, just chilling. As soon as he sees the lioness come with the food, he gets up all of a sudden, and he goes over to the food. What the lioness does is she skedaddles. She leaves, and the lion is the first one to eat. Their pride is something out of this world type thing. Their confidence. The lion is the first one to eat because they know they are the most important being when it comes to making sure that everything works the way it works. They are the most important. So they eat first, and then the cubs eat, and then the lioness eats. So understand that for a Leo person, in their head, they truly believe that they are the most important being around us. So they walk around with so much confidence because it's in their subconscious already. They cannot help it. When they do things, they can't notice like how it affects people until somebody's like, "Yo, you gotta stop doing that," or "When you do this, this is what people look at you like." They just are who they are. The same way Cancers have mood swings and they can't help how they have mood swings. Leos have entitlement, or they feel like they're just a shit times 10, like more than the Aries kind of thing. Like they feel entitled and they act like it, not caring about how people feel, it's not that they don't care about how y'all feel, it's that they can't see how y'all like, they can't see how people around them are affected by it, because as the sun is so bright and they can't see like anything else around it. Leo people, they can't see like, they are just the sun. They are who they are. They can't see how it affects people. So the dark-sided Leo people, like this trait, like the dark-sided or the less evolved Leo people, have a tendency to be like narcissistic because of this. And a narcissist is somebody that thinks of themselves, does not care about nothing else except for themselves. They use people just for their own personal gain. Like everything around them is just themselves. So narcissism is like a mental disorder where people just they live their life and they do everything just for themselves. They hurt people, they don't care. They use people, they don't care, just for themselves. So the dark-sided Leos or the lesser evolved Leos have a tendency to be this, because Leos have a pride that is out of this world. They know they are very like, they just know they're like royalty. They know like they're just the shit. Let's go back to like Soulja Boy, and let's go back to like Lil Pump, but let's go back to Kyle Kuzma and all the other Leos that said Obama. Just listen to how confident they are in themselves. Like they know they are the sun, and there's nothing you can do to like really change that. And they are also a fixed sign. I forgot to mention that before. They're a fixed sign. So that means when they have something in their head, they stick to it. When they have a plan, when they're focused on something, when they have something that they like, you're not going to change their mindset that easily. Just like a Taurus or Aquarius, you're not going to change a fixed person's mind. So they're fixed. So Leos are fixed. So they understand that their purpose is to give life to people. So Leos might act crazy as hell. Like you might be chilling with Leo, and I've seen this so many times. Like you might be chilling with Leo, everything is peaceful, everything is cool, calm, collected, and all of a sudden like somebody out there trying to like make a show out of something, trying to have attention basically. And one thing I noticed also that Leos that are born in July are like the more low key, like laid back Leos, and Leos that are born in August are the ones that are like really like, you know, are really like out there like trying to like cause something. And the most important thing that Leo energy needs is an audience. They need to feel like they are the center of something, and they have to have admirers around them admiring them. They usually have like a circle of friends, and they always want to be that center, like that. I'm not gonna say the leader, but they want to be the one that, like, you know, is in the center of it, and all the attention is usually on them. Like they look at life like a stage, and they always gotta perform something. They gotta perform their abilities. They gotta perform their the way they look. They gotta like just be out there. Like you could be chilling with a Leo person, and the dress code is like casual, right? And the Leo person is wearing some expensive ass like out of pocket ass clothes, and you're just like, yo, you're doing too much. In your head, you're like, you're doing too much. But in their head, that's how strong the sun is. Like the sun just shines no matter where it goes. So in their head, they're not doing too much at all. They're just being them. Like that's how it is. That's why they say like Leo people's. That's why they say, when I say they, as in like when you look up the sign, you read about it. They say Leo people love attention and all that, is because they're ruled by the sun, and the sun is what it is. You're not gonna you can't touch the sun. You cannot destroy. Nothing can destroy the sun. Nothing can even come close to touching the sun. That's how strong it is. You're not gonna be able to come close to changing the Leo. You're not gonna tame them down. Like they are who they are. So like, if you're dating these people, there's a couple things you gotta understand. First things first, they need attention from you. They demand attention from you. They need, in their head, they are the best thing that ever happened to you. Now, Leo energy, right? Like if you're dating a Leo, the pros of this is like they really are popping as fuck. Like when y'all walking together, like when y'all out together, the way that they get attention by themselves when you're with them will just be added on to you. Like they are really popping as fuck just because of their presence, like their presence and the attention they get by not trying. A Leo person could just be chilling, like like chilling quietly, straight face. When you look at them, they have an energy in their face that's like really engaging, with them not even doing nothing. Naturally, they just get attention just by their presence. So if you're trying to date one of these people because you're gonna look like, damn, she fine as hell, like damn, like they're really like, they're the ones that people like admire a lot just by looking at them, their energy. Understand that you have to give them a lot of attention. You have to make them feel that your world revolves around them. They're not always gonna need attention from everybody else outside the world, but if you're like, if you're close to them, they feel like they deserve your 100% amount of attention. So you're gonna need to give them a lot of attention. You're gonna for Leo women especially, they're kind of the darker ones, or the less evolved ones are kind of high maintenance, I guess I could say. They love the flashiness and the showiness of the good life, of the expensive life, like it's like the high quality things. So they will be loyal to you, but you have to pay that price of just showering them with affection and attention. They feel like they deserve this, because just like the lion who does not do shit and waits for the lioness to come and bring the food, and when the lioness comes and bring the food, he comes up and the lioness leaves, and he's the first to eat. He feels entitled, like I'm the one that's supposed to be eating first. Like that pride, like that king of the jungle, that center of our solar system, the center of our body, like that responsibility, they feel they're entitled to a lot of things, because that's just how it is in their mind. That's how they think. So if you're trying to date one of these people, you have to be very you have to be very patient with them and understand that, wow, because they like to do things for attention, including like drama, like starting drama basically. Like everything to them is a performance, is a show. So when they realize, like, if you're like a chill, quiet, laid back type of person, and you're dating a Leo or something like that, understand that they're gonna start fights. Not like the Aries. The Aries like to play fight just to feel the energy. Like Aries like to play fight just for the competitive nature. Leos like to play fight, like to start drama just to get your attention and keep your attention on them, kind of thing. I know it sounds crazy, but understand that's like the psychological nature of like the sun with the Leo. Like they need you to be, your life to be revolved around them. In return, they will give you loyalty. You'll be loyal enough to be with them. Like you will get a lot of affection and attention as well from them. But in order to get that, because their pride is so out of this world, in order to get that, you have to like give them countless number amounts of attention. So understand how important giving a Leo person attention is, because once they get bored, they're gonna be out like quick fast, because they value people that admire them, because they don't like being alone. Now Leos are the opposite of Aquarius. Aquariuses are like the loners. They like being alone. They don't mind being alone. Leos don't really like being alone because they need somebody or something to feed their ego, kind of thing. It's not a bad thing. It is what the sun is. Like think about the sun and how the sun is. It is what it is. You can't change it. So understand that attention is very important. Another thing, that when you're around them, you would never be bored. There's never a dull moment, because they just bring life. Everything that fire touches, they can make a bad mood in the room just flip to like just happiness and warmth, because they just bring like life to everywhere they go. The Leo person is always like, you can always notice a Leo, because when you're like in the social setting, you'll see that one person that just brings like, you can just notice them, like they just bring life into any place that they go, kind of thing. So understand that if the Leos don't have an audience, they would do things to
honor thy mother and thy father, because this is right. So it's not becoming biblical. In fact, it's going beyond the Bible and showing how, hey, things get twisted real quick in the Bible, and that's why it gets so confusing. And since, you know, God is not the author of confusion, then he's not the author of that, or it's not the author of that Bible. That's the most important thing to realize. He says, hey, I'm not the author of confusion. Oh shit, you must have not wrote this then. Because there's a lot of confusion. How you just kill up? Never mind, this is too confusing. So what are we talking about then? We're talking about that our parent is in this space now. It's now in the reality because it's in the mind. And then now you know what evil is. Evil is something that will be under your fingernail if you scrape the back part of the toilet in the club.
The following clip is exclusive content from the University. Access over 300 videos and 26 courses with advanced metaphysics on demand. Jump in live chats with Savan and the rest of the tribe. New materials are available monthly along with guides and regiments. Subscribe today and save $25 off your first month membership. Links are in the descriptions. Subscribe to Secret Energy TV or this channel for future show notifications.
So I had to like go all the way down to the most minuscule point and figure out, how did we get disconnected from the source? Like once we lose our minds, then what happens? And how do we get back? And what are some of the main things that occur when you kind of lose your mind, right? And so watch this. So this started getting broken down to me in this one scripture. And the scripture was, they wandered after foreign gods, right? This is one scripture. They wandered after foreign gods. And I was taken through this entire process in my consciousness about how we got disconnected from the ancients and how we can reconnect. And it first began to elaborate about just on the basic level to a being that comes into a planet. Who should really be your God? Who should really be your God? And this wasn't something that I wanted to just readily answer, like, hey, there's the answer. I wanted it to be factual, not a guesswork. And so the question was then reversed, and the question was, what is a God? And so that one was easy for me because I was like a creator, because that's what God seems to be so busy doing. I create this, I create that. So then I realized logically, to a child, their God is their parent. Now listen, this is very simple, but it can cause worlds of disconnect if you don't realize what I'm talking about right now. How this all worked was, so you're coming into the world. So let's imagine a pure, pristine scene. Okay, there's no distraction. There's no mind control. You're coming into the world. You got legacy parents. You can call them that now. They're legacy. You got legacy parents. So you're feeling towards your parents because they created you. They really created you. See, created is a word. It doesn't mean the beginning, though. That's, you know, that's what we went too far with that one. There is no beginning. But the creation process and coming into the physical worlds, there is one of those, though. And they went through that process and then brought you in, so they're technically your gods, okay? So right away, I was shown that when this scripture is saying you wandered after strange gods, because see, how the, okay, so the actual scripture that I'm talking about is surrounded by this scene where these people who have all this power lose their power because they lose their connection to their God. Now, of course, all of this has been rewritten and changed up in Nicaea so many times. It's like in everybody else's new editions and this editions and the political agendas and the Jesuits and all this kind of stuff. But the seed fundamentals, as they said, you'll find no good story that at least doesn't contain a grain of truth. So in this grain of truth, if you hear what's being said, it's basically just saying when you start looking to something else as being your parents, your creator, besides your real parents, is the moment that things get broken up. Here's why. Because they should be doing that too. Your parents should be looking to their parents as if they're God. And their parents should be looking to their parents as if they were God. You see where I'm going with this here? Because eventually you get to what I'm coming to figure out is called the tree, okay? Because this tree, it produces good and evil. This is the real tree of life. See, it's like the book is telling the truth, but someone needs to decode it. The real tree of life, the source of the tree is the source of our mother itself and father. It is the high God, if you may. But there is no connection to it when one is not connected to their ancestors. And their ancestors are their parents. So what happens is that when you look at certain cultures, because we're going to fix all this up. When you look at certain cultures, like I believe like in Tibetan Buddhism, they have the unbroken golden chain of Buddhists. Okay. And this is just like a jumper and a catcher system. Like you're going to come, when you leave, we got you. When you come back, we got you. It's an unbroken chain. Everybody born inside of here, initiated inside of here, is connected to this. And it's almost like you can see what they're referring to even when they say an unbroken chain, because as I'm about to show you here in a moment, the expanse of what we're in, remember, it's like light. So the more energy is generated, it just keeps expanding further. So you kind of need this rope, aka a chain, to kind of like be able to reel back in and navigate the whole space. Okay, so let's zoom back into again though, is that, okay, so if you're looking up to your parents, and then, you know, they looked up to their parents, and everybody is connected, and so they're exhibiting power. That's the other thing. So you're seeing your parents have power. You're seeing them in the dream. You're seeing them do different things because they're connected. So technically, getting disconnected is when you break that chain. And when you break that chain, the power, like, it's like no connection to God. And that's why some people were like, oh yeah, if you get connected with God, you'll have a lot of power. So watch this. So as I mentioned before, the idea of God is more or less something like this. At this state, God is fucking angry. Read the text. So technically, even if God was like the father, like it's supposed to be a father figure to us, and so let's say this somehow works, that we don't look up to our physical fathers that created us as God, and then we find a God. We find an eidolon, a thought. Now, all this also came off the king, because these kind of gods, and specifically, you know, images by Dream Engine this evening, but specifically, these kind of gods, this is actually a depiction of Ahura Mazda. And they always say that, you know, if Xerxes wasn't so cocky in selling his whole fleet to completely obliterate, I guess, whoever he was fighting, and he got trapped up in there into the little walls, and then next thing you know, he lost his whole fleet. Instead of everybody being Christians right now, they would be Zoroastrians, because it's the exact same religion. And Ahura Mazda, he is like a lion god. Okay, he's the ultimate motif of what you're getting inside the Bible. But this is coming when God is basically a king. Okay, God is not a father anymore. God is a king that is exercising this fear-based practice over the people, that if you don't get it right, everybody's going to get hurt. And this is when I was talking about the lose your mind thing. Because you still have cultures to this very day that their way in which and practice to their connection with their ancestors is through that of pain. Through that of feeling like the ancestors are mad at them, the God is mad at them, that they need to walk across the whole desert to apologize for this, right? And imagine again the warping of this mind, of this being, because they're no longer even connected to their parents anymore, because your true parents would not do that to you. You see what I mean? So it becomes a compiled situation here. This becomes almost like what you're seeing it right now. It's like the godless, but that really means the parentless. So what happens here is that, give me 1 second.
But a lot of people don't.
I'm sorry. It's always so hilarious to me. I love it. Like I love the icebreaker. Okay, so break the ice. So let's keep going with this. So let's blow this open a little bit. So you see what we're talking about here. Like, so we got a grand conspiracy. Like, it's so crazy. Even when we thinking of our parents as gods, we immediately be like, man, you know, my mom's here right now, so not you, mom. I'm talking about dad. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, we're like, when we want to like beef up on some of these chakra books, and you know, you see how her mother's chest all poked out, big scepter, the whole nine, and then we're like, well, that's my God. So we realize that these motifs, they actually come from a time where it's almost like, imagine where you need to show an image to a man that is going to make a man like fearful. Because see, that's who God is in this context. That's who the king is. The king, he rules over the strongest men, right? So that's why I say when kings get weak, like even when presidents get weak, society doesn't even respect them, right? But peep out though how there's another motif though. Here's another motif. And imagine this being the image of a powerful man. You see the difference? It's basically the difference between a very angry, abusive father versus an all-wise elder grandfather. So just peep then in society, you know how society's mind shifts? So when people want a more furious God, and this is what I saw in the Quran is designed for somebody who is ripe for extracting vengeance on somebody. Because then it introduces you to a warrior God, and the warrior God's ideals is more along the alignment of someone who is ready to exact retribution. Versus the wise father God, it's almost like it gets to a point in the fiefdoms that is seen as weakness. So then you got to imagine that in the house, if a son didn't see his father as being a part of the military, then in his mind, his father was not God. You see what I mean? So this is mind control. It doesn't need technology to do it. It comes down to the basic fundamentals. That's why I started in with this image. which was that awareness. You know, it's like larger ancestors teaching children. You see the mothers there, right? But you see like the magnitude of the tree, if you may, the source. And then we also come into this awareness again that we need to constantly maintain our connection to the source. That's why you're here. That's why you listen to spiritual knowledge. That's why you study. That's why you meditate. That's why you do all this stuff. It's because you're doing the plumbing on maintaining your connection to the source. And I'm gonna explain that because you're also a tree. Now, some are from Atlanta here. I know Pepe said he's from Atlanta, right? So I spent 10 years in Atlanta, something like that, right? And I came in Atlanta when it was fresh. Like I said, I was there with Memphis Bleak and them. You know what I mean? That's Alabama and all them guys is coming through, right? So I wanted to mention that. Okay, so before I mention that, just rewinding here. So what we're talking about right now is we're talking about how to go back to self as a child, because there's no such thing as time, and rework how you're seeing things and feeling about things, especially your parents, in order to reestablish a connection, right? So this even means that you get the word to them. Like this is like a different level of work right now, because you may even have to go to the dream world, get the word to them that their parents are God, and then get the unbroken chain mended up. And the reason why we're doing this is because you need your power. At some point in immortality, you're going to need the power back up. But now I'm going to explain to you why this being that we're in, I'm explaining to you why this being that we're in is conducting this way. Why is our parent doing this? Even the parent that our parents forgot. I mentioned Atlanta because there's a place called Little Five Points. Anybody know of it? So in Little Five Points, there's a store called Seven Nanda. Anybody know Seven Nanda? So in Seven Nanda, there's this man. He may be still with us. He may not be. There used to be this old man that walked around. And this is a really interesting story, so I'm going to tell it as fast as possible. Before I got back into my right mind, because, you know, when I actually went to this high vibration, you know, I call that, you know, it appeared to everybody that I was losing my mind, but I actually was getting awake again. So when I was asleep, I was still in the arena of being awake. You know, it's like you're in these conscious, you know, natural hair, you know, it's more of an urban thing, if you may. So Little Five Points is a place you frequent. You see what I mean? And so there was this one older black gentleman, and one of my friends was like, yo, I mean, okay, so first of all, this dude, it was like when you looked at him, you knew something was going on. That was the only thing. Because when you looked at him, you just like, man, he's dialed into something. But other than that, sometimes when he would be talking and stuff, he'd be crazy. So one of my friends was like, man, I sat down and talked to Buddy for a long time. He believes we all came from trees. And I talked to myself at that moment, man, some of these cats is whacked out. I even remembered that. To be all the way to today, now back telling you the ancestor is a tree. And let me explain this. So I had this thing going on when I was a child. It was like, I wanted to believe in God. But seeing the atrocities, I couldn't connect. I didn't get it. I can't understand why God, with all this power, would let the babies die. There was no amount of explaining anybody could do to make that justifiable for me. And so I walked through my childhood into my adulthood with a big chip on my shoulder about God. It would have seemed hubris to most, but it made perfect sense to me. And it's deep because it's like you never really get over that. It's just something that's always there. If God really exists, why isn't he helping us? So I came across this text, and it really made a big change in my life. I actually was playing around with Sybil, and I don't even know what it was exactly talking about specifically. It's just when it said one thing, it was like I had one of those moments in time. And it said, in so many words, your awakening will happen when you realize where exactly you're at. And that where you're at is very similar to a tree that nourishes itself from both bitter and sweet things. And it threw me for a moment. It took me a moment. A tree that nourishes itself from both bitter and sweet things. And for me, that was it. Because even just from the bitters level, I had a friend that all his medical practice was just bitters. There's even something called bitters. Like if you live in the UK, you know about bitters. And when you take it and it goes in the body, like if you even think of grape seed extract and grapefruit seed extract, it's super bitter, but it kills all the candidas. So you can think of the alcohol and the ash, right? Like the acids that nurture soil. Those are the bitters. So it's like, for sure, we want the honey, we want the sugar, we want everybody to like us, we want everything to go well. we want. But that's only going to feed only a part of us. At best, half. There's a bitters to what we need to be aware of right now, because we're calling that bitter evil. And let me break that down. So if you look at life and then you understand, okay, so if the tree is responsible for maintaining everlasting life, you see what I'm saying? Because remember, now the myth starts coming together, because they talked about this tree in the middle of the garden, and this tree had powers with it. You would see good and evil and all this kind of stuff if you ate from the tree, right? But it's all combobulated. It's talking about specifically being connected to the source. Your eyes are open and your connection is on point. And you stay on point, and you're in this unbroken chain with you and your ancestors. And you can't enter into that space if you don't realize that the tree is nourishing itself from both bitter and sweet. So that way you understand how to balance your alkalines and your acids, because you also are a tree. And again, that's the holographic nature to the reality. Is like the same thing that the source is what you are, but what you are is actually what your mind has been making you believe that you are through mind control. So it's like, we're deep. Now, again, when I say mind control, I'm not telling you mind control is negative or positive. That's another thing. Our parents mind control us. We've been given names. We've been given all the different processes that is necessary for us to come into an ID or an id. So it's almost like a form of hypnosis within itself. And if nobody's aware of what's going on, you even do it to others. And then it becomes a system that everybody is doing it. And that's why it's really like a zombie thing, because it's like nobody really kind of understands they're doing it. Everybody is like disconnected. You're following into patterns, knowing what the results of those things are going to be, but you do them anyway. You know what I mean? It's like looping and then getting all crazy and then fighting with everybody and then coming back together again and feeling sorry for yourself and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, whoa, what's going on? And I'm telling you, all this starts with one, the awareness that who you're really connected to and what you're really connected to, and just starting with your parents. And feeling into them and dialing into them in your journey, and then giving them the strength. And that's what we were talking about in the last bill that we had about offering up. That's why you see the children, they're making and preparing things at a certain stage for their parents. That's why they say that when a parent's supposed to get old, the children's supposed to take care of it, right? So that meant that when the tree got old, we were supposed to take care of it. Now, from last time we checked, the tree was even chopped down. So do you see how we have to move through time now? We have to go reestablish things, because then when you see your parents and stuff like that, well, why are they not this and this and this? Because they were disconnected. You definitely can't say that disconnection happened just one generation ago. Even 2, even 3, because this wandering after strange gods seems to have been going on for almost 400 years. And this is all cultures. 400 years of not being aware that your parents are God. And so you see how that's not very hard to argue with, because that's why I said that rebellious son, or the jackal, the rebellious son energetic profile prototype. Remember that's like an anarchist, like an atheist. Imagine an atheist. That means you don't believe in your parents at all. See, do you see what I'm saying here? Like when you get to the foundation of truth, it also lets you see what are the underpinnings. And what happens with the mind and the consciousness is that once something starts telling you what you are and telling you what to believe, and that's called wandering after strange gods, then all of a sudden you forget what you are and who you are. Next thing you know, you're in this cubicle with this one syllable name. You see what I mean? Letting someone else dictate to you what you really are through a feedback loop in society that's hooked to max headrooms. I don't know. Maybe I don't remember max headrooms, but that was weird. I'm just saying there's stuff sitting inside of the mind and in the consciousness that has been embedded there that, I'm having trouble remembering new stuff, but I can recite some of the old Power Ranger song to you verbatim. You see what I mean? How am I going to get that space back? Can I go in there? Go Power Ranger. You know what I mean? Mighty Morphin Power. Like, what is that going to do for me right now? But then when it's time to memorize the last chapter of Euclid's theory, I'm like, man, maybe the marijuana, or maybe I'm getting old, or maybe maybe it's not as valuable to you as Black Ranger. I don't know. See, so I'm just saying, soul lost. Just ready to be found, baby. Ready to be lit up. Now look at this, because I'm gonna keep going. So now remember, this tree, it nourishes itself from both bitter and sweet things. And this is why one must still keep their eye on the tree in that way. It's like, don't get caught slipping in this. Don't get off point, which is in the center. It's the trunk, not the branches. See, the branches, the branches of the military, the branches of the government. So that's all the bureaucracies and the dichotomies and all the stories and all that. The trunk, okay? So one of the things that you have to make the connection with is that the bitter is evil. So that way, you no longer can let evil take on all of the positions and the guises that it will take, especially on those who do not understand it, because fear clouds judgment even more, and fear clouds it, right? It clouds judgment. It controls the mind. So I need to let you understand where is the fuel for all of this coming from. So now remember, if the whole thing that you're in, like your body, and then that the body is all designed the same, you already know that the body has a huge toxic load. Like I put on one of them the other day, this whole cold plunge and all this kind of stuff, right? So it's called the bath load. And this is like when a human being gets into a certain temperature, they are gonna like come off with at least a half liter to a liter of just toxic salts. You call it sweat. Then there's gases coming off the body, all these burps and farts and belches. Then there's deposits of decay in different parts of the body. It's not all white. And, you know, like oxy, you know, like the lungs are oxified. You know what I mean? It's like everything's white, clean, pink. That's not exactly what's happening. Like even in the teeth, you know, the teeth are just black, just decay and dripping all down into the vagus, all down into the neck, into the throat. You know what I mean? So it's just like the human body, it has a huge toxic load. So if I have to go, and we was even seeing this today, but if I have to go to New York, which has this extensive catacomb underneath it to move all the waste and move a fat burger out and somewhere else, is that really the job that I want to take? But somebody's got that job. What I'm getting at here is that when you go under the microscope, okay, so if a super virus can be in a drop of something that looks like a drop of water, which is a clear, right? Like when they show a lot of viruses, it's just there. You can't see the virus. It just looks like water. But put it on your tongue. So we know on the microscopic level, which is the underworld, right? It's like under the microscope, right? There's the underworld. So in the underworld, on the microscopic level, there's multiple different kind of things and bacteria. Like, I don't want to disclose all her business, but Jeanette has this thing that she's making, and Bobby has done it too, and a lot of people do it, and it's just like this natural bacteria thing. Like it's a lot of the good bacterias, and then you use some pineapple, like pineapple shells, and then they just start kind of putting anything in there. Like you could use mushrooms, you could use this. So this thing is still in the kitchen, okay? And every now and then I glance at it. I'm kind of afraid of it. I feel like I call it Jeanette's world because it's like basically it's got to be like a whole world going on in there. But remember, it's all sealed. It's just like do not take off the top. Like when the top's coming out, I run out. I'm not gonna be around for that first spore. You see me? But something is living in this jar, and they are multiplying, right? And there's different ones coming in. There's another thing, different ones come in. It's like now all this is in this jar, but then like some little small grain of something, what has still been like a little bit alive inside of the under the sheath of a mushroom, and then that will get something that it gets nourished by, and then it starts chain reactioning with something else, and then now we got full blown. You see what I mean? So this is to the extent of life. And like I know that in life, just like humans have a huge bath load, the reality also has one. Now, many people will argue that we're the biggest bath load of society. It's like humans are the messiest thing, but we know that that's not how it is. It's just the planet, like it's like when it does something, and this will give you a big clue of how you deal with evil. Like when it has like sulfur, right? Because sulfur is kind of equivalent to the planet's gas. It's so purified in that state that now it's either a fuel, a laxative, a skin softener, you see what I mean? So the toxin gets refined, generally by fire though. And that's what I start realizing, the whole hell thing. Like when we talked about before, that hell is health, and hell is symbolic to the womb, and it's hot. And it's kind of letting us understand that the tree processes toxin, evil, with fire until it purifies them. So this is why in the mythos, it's like always telling you, hey, be a good person. Because at least you'll be on the other side of the tree. But if you're going to be a bad person, remember that the tree is going to come for you. And this is what we need to be aware of. That's the whole thing to this. So it's like this confusion with evil and the reality is to push basically the earth into killing them or burning them, because it's going to purify them, because that's what it does, because it feeds on it. And that's, I think, where the whole Saturn thing comes in, because it feeds on bitterness. It's almost like an organism that has learned that as long as it's like it has the whole thing. So it's almost like it could go through the killing process, and then because it knows it has the power to also do the regeneration process. And this is why, like, if you notice how, like, especially in the Egyptian mysteries, they try to assign different roles to everybody that's doing that. And that gets really confusing, because really it can be seen as one being that has the power to kill and to regenerate something. So it's known basically as the Alpha Omega. And that's why the Alpha Omega would definitely be more of like a female god, because it could kill you, if you may, or process you through hell, or and to bring you back to health, Because technically, if you look at what's really happening, when a person loses their mind, they basically get onboarded by a bunch of viruses and bacteria and bad habits. And then it starts taking them down. And pretty soon, they almost have no control. And so when they finally get, like they say, cradle to the grave or womb to tomb, when they finally get to the tomb, now that's the time where the mother has got to now purify them from all of that shit that's built up on them that they weren't personally dealing with because of all these misconceptions. So what we're saying is to have the power to regenerate and to have the power to remove life, meaning that you have things that need to be, that need check. I mean, they need, this universe, in many ways that you're in, your universe, right? You, not they universe. So your universe, you're going in here on this and reestablishing that connection. And then you're seeing, so if you want like clues, like, did I disconnect from my parents? You can look at your original reality. And then you can see how you feel about your parents. And that's why I think, again, for me personally, the biggest transition that happened with me and my mother was that I no longer saw her as somebody that I needed to teach, but more of somebody that I need to make sure that was taken care of because she has my antenna. She's my main source. I send a message to her, or I ping off her, and it goes on up the chain. But if me and her connection is broken, then that disturbs my connection. It doesn't make it as clear. How does that happen? Because in your mind, it's happening in your mind. You're like, no, not my mom. Can't be my mom. Shit. She's a devil. You know what I mean? It's like, and you will get that because after you go through all these processes, you're going to see that a lot of people, they need to be committed. They need to be purified. Sometimes you get things that are too far gone. It's almost like, you know, when you have to put something to sleep. When you see something is so sick and you're just like, man, it would be best for them to go and take a long rest. So this gets very, very deep. And then as I said before, the mother, it doesn't mean that all the time because it's a feedback loop. Everything is. It doesn't mean, again, that when the tree gets old, it doesn't mean us to tend to it. And also to plant new seeds. Because see, our ancestors come back and live through our children, right? But if the child is not in the condition in which the ancestor can even connect with, then the child is over here thinking something else is the supreme being beside you. That's how that plays out. So I want to also highlight one final thing here. It has to do with this. This is just about the whole thing because there's not a day that I don't experience something where someone thinks that my sole purpose here in the earth is just to answer all their phone calls and do whatever it is they think I should do with Secret Energy and the rest of the platform. And 9 times out of 10, they have no clue of exactly what it takes to make all of this work, right? But it's just like, sometimes there can be tunnel vision. So I wanted to highlight one thing. So as you see with this image, this is incredible, right? In this image, you notice that there's even people up here, right? And they're standing all up there too. I just want to make sure that it's visible that this picture, which I call it the holiest of holies, is one of my super prompts. I'm going to shrink it here again. Is going to be useful for this story that I want to explain very briefly, just about the paradox, if you may, of being everything. So it's like the restrictions of everything. I call it the restrictions of everything. So imagine that this is all of humanity that we're talking about, okay? Even though we know that this is not 9 billion. This may be tops, if I did a rough estimate, let's give it like a top in 800 to 1,000 different things being shown or people being shown on the screen. So nowhere near 9 billion. So let's imagine that we're all collected though, we're all in these physical bodies and we're all in a ceremony like this. My question is that can the guy all the way on the right side say something to the guy all the way on the left side? Are they talking? And I'm making a point here. Like, is somebody all the way on the right talking about somebody all the way on the left, like, hey, you over there? Now, I know somebody was like, let's not get metaphysical on this, well, they all feel each other and all that, because, yeah, we already know we're all connected, but I'm going to make a point here because in the physical reality, there's so many of us. When you think of all of us or everything takes up space. It fills in things. It is mass. And because mass creates space, it creates distance, and then distance actually creates what? Lack of clarity. Hey! Generally, you're talking to the person next to you or the person in your proximity. And that's what you also see, like, generally when there's like when we did a retreat or something like Mindful Fest, what you'll find is there'll be that moment where everybody comes together, but soon everybody breaks off into their own little pods. And it's just because, like, not everybody can sit in a huge, gigantic circle. Hey! And then everybody's waiting for the next person and all that. It's more hyperdimensional than that. For multiple conversations to get going on, we need everybody to connect to the people that are also around them. And that's how communication really works. So I just wanted to take this moment to remind everyone here that our reality is vast. And we have beings that are completely on this other side of this circle, if you may, that we don't talk to. We don't communicate with. We don't know how they are or what they got going on. We just know that they're a part of this. And this is what you got to understand in being a human being. Is that all of these people that you're seeing, they're all a part of this. Now, some of them are clearly tree food. I'm just saying, it's like you can see in the reality that it's way more intelligent than you think, and it's actually setting up quote unquote evil people. But it's going to nourish them in the long term, right? Like, it's going to, you know what it's going to do. And that's why it's like, that's how spiritual systems started. Because there was just processes. Everybody just became aware of what ultimately is going to happen based on the decisions that you choose to make inside of this experience. So they say, honor thy mother and thy father, because this is right. So it's not becoming biblical. In fact, it's going beyond the Bible and showing how, hey, things get twisted real quick in the Bible. And that's why it gets so confusing. And since, you know, God is not the author of confusion, then he's not the author of that, or it's not the author of that Bible. That's the most important thing to realize. He said, hey, I'm not the author of confusion. Oh, shit, you must have not wrote this then. Because there's a lot of confusion. How you just kill up? Never mind. This is too confusing. So what are we talking about then? We're talking about that our parent is in this space now. It's now in the reality because it's in the mind. And then now you know what evil is. Evil is something that will be under your fingernail if you scrape the back part of the toilet in the club. Just don't put your fingers in your mouth. I'm just saying that there are going to be crevices in the reality that are going to need to be superheated. And until that point, though, they serve generally as fertilizer and fuels. And this is why you don't really want to get into the whole fire god volley thing. Because if you also notice things like that smell stank, like methane, they're all highly explosive. If you notice, when you really understand what evil is, it's something that it explodes the moment you put a light to it. So because our mind, you know, you can see it every day, the mind's trained to start, you know, it just feeds into these fears and feeds into all these misconceptions. And so those things just explode and they burn up all the energy. So they're like in themselves just catalysts. They don't have that much energy. They just have enough to explode and ignite your powder keg. And as I said, where's your powder keg coming from? Well, the design of the creature was it would build up energy from the new moon all the way to the full moon. So the human being builds up this energy. Like I feel it going through my body. I feel it. Like it's not like I think. Like there's something going on with the sun. There's something going on with the earth. And there's something going on with the moon. And we know that it's all like electromagnetic. So if I stand on the earth, if I lay underneath the water where the water is running underneath the earth, there's different weird things that happen. So I see I'm completely an energetic being. But my disconnect will be if I start adapting other programs or wandering after strange gods. Because listen to this. So if I fill my mind with all of this, you know, Disney, right? And, you know, and all these different fantasies and fairy tales, I'm living in that world. And there's nothing about that world that is solid or factual. Like, it's like every road has a dead end. This is why it was so important for us to believe in our parents as our gods, because it's like by default, that's not a dead end. Do you get where I'm coming from? As long as you believe in your parents, you can get to their parents, can get to their parents, can get to their parents, and that's how we get home. It's not like, do you see how every single thing else could just be hypothetical? Here's a surefire way. And again, it starts in the consciousness. And then when you look at yourself, and then if you've given more, I call this the idols. If you've given more energy and intention to something that is less related to the divine feminine and divine masculine in your life, that is again akin to and similar to wandering after something strange, believing in something that does not even look like you, feel like you, think like you, not even in your timeline. And then trying to use that as a way in which to connect to your higher self. So now we can see very clearly, like again, two very basic fundamentals here. Give me one moment. Okay. So I actually coasted through every single part of my notes here, but I did want to make sure that we understand once again that this, so the process, then you can actually see it's chemical. There's things that you can do as experiments to see these energies and forces in real life, right? As much as you would ever be able to realize them. But as I said, their composition generally is that of something that is explosive. So when things, that's why, like when you put something like kind of what's going on in the kitchen in a jar for a long time, and then when you open it up, what do you get? Right? Because there's a force being built up there. And what you got to realize is that force that's being built up, that's what actually makes the minds crazy. Because they get so much built up pressure that they lose it. And what you're losing, as I said, every single time, it's going to take time for the body to charge itself back up. Because see, that charging up that I'm talking about, that thermometer, is actually your health. It's like your immunity. It is your immunity. And that's why I said in the beginning, when you can align your mind with your heart, it means that you're looking at your external immunity. Like, okay, how is my connection with the environment? How is my connection with the people that are around me? How is my connection with my tribe? How is my connection with myself? And why am I doing this? Well, I'm going to live forever. So I can live forever hypnotized, completely oblivious to the reality, always in conflict. There's something that wants to smoke at every single moment. That's another thing for us to be aware of, is that this burning energy on distortion, it's a fatal cost now. I don't know how much energy we have. They say that it's known how much money a person will make over the span of their life, and that money is given to them over the duration of their life. And each person has a different number. This is what it said. I look at that as that in life, there's a certain amount of energetic allotment that is yours. If you invest that properly, you'll have more energy. Energy, to me, on the planet, if that could be a currency, would probably be time. Because it's really the only thing that everybody is scrambling for when they come to their senses. So then I look at the investment in time, which is a lot of it is spent thinking. So remember, a big chunk goes to sleeping. The third, almost a little bit over a third goes to sleeping. So there's another big chunk. Like, it's like, even when you're asleep, you don't stop thinking. So you spend so much time thinking, it's almost like, that's why I said we got to connect the mind to the source. So here's what I want to finish with, and we're going to open this up. The next time something happens, and it's going down that channel again, you know that channel I'm talking about, that anxiety channel, you need to tell yourself, I nourish myself from both sweet and bitter things. And what this is going to do to you consciously is it's going to make you aware of how to just absorb all of that, not as something that's harming you, but as something that's bringing the experience into balance. Again, not something that's harming you, but something that's bringing the experience into balance. It's something that's making sure that because you're eating all this sugar, that you're able to balance that out. So, and then that way you get more aware of why you want to move into your own reality and start even doing the balancing yourself. Like, meaning really start looking at your life and seeing how to become the Prius of the energetic center. You see what I mean? Like, how to really maintain your energy and actually realize that when you're not using up your energy on something that's not going to really give you the fulfillment that, you know, it's like the bigger stuff. It's almost like, okay, I'm gonna explain this even an easier way. You know, if you have a job, right? And let's say, for instance, you get this check for $2,000 every month and you want this car. You're not going to buy the car on the first month. It's not enough money. You got to save up the money to buy the car. That's exactly what is going on in this reality. People cannot see the other realms and the dimensions and the powers and the connection and things that they have because they don't let their energy charge long enough. So they sit there dead in debt because they've been so angry, and everybody keeps doing it to each other. All these expectations. It's like crazy. And everybody want to tell you how to run your life and what you're doing, even though they can go do yours. Go do your own, man. I mean, shit. Nobody's forcing you to tell me how to run yourself. So I'm just saying, in general, this gets us to a point. It gets us to that awareness of where the true power is. The power is within self. Everything else is just an accoutrement. It's just something here to assist you along your path of total awakening and awareness in the self. Why do you need to do this? Because you're immortal. Why do you not even believe that now? Because you're mind controlled. Why have you been mind controlled in order to think of yourself as less than who you truly are? Because it's a feedback loop. You watched your parents become less than what they truly were. And they watched their parents become less than what they truly were. And through a series of events and choices, let's say, you know, I choose to move here. I choose to go to this job. I choose this education. I choose to bring this child. So we're always making these choices, and these choices are the formulas. And that's why I say you got to move into your life at every single moment of choice when the choices are the same ones that are pulling away your energy, the same ones that are clouding your vision, and the same ones that are disturbing your ability of clarity to realize things like that it's obvious that your parents are the gods. And then now you know why we also didn't say all the gods was good. You see what I mean? So you get total clarity. So now we know why evil exists, because the tree needs to eat from it because it's a natural process of what goes on. So it already figured out what to do with it. It figured out that the organism needs to be complete. Also, there was a quick note here. It's like, so why are the parents doing this stuff? So let's say the galactic parents. Why are the galactic parents doing this? Because they understand the importance and the necessity of maintaining balance. You could say they're even obsessed by it. We should be too, but that ability to maintain balance, they know that if someone is going to be bringing in a certain kind of energy, there must be an energy to counterbalance that, because it's something that we're trying to keep balanced. It's like Earth in itself. Like, what happens when the body comes off balance? This is what you can see it as. What happens if the body comes off balance? It gets sick, right? So you got to have the right amount of bitter, and you got to have the right amount of sweet. The Earth is the same way. Not everybody is choosing that center column, so it needs to have something to balance out all of these forces.
Imagine there's sort of like a veil between the conscious and the subconscious mind. And that veil is this veil of forgetfulness. And there's no way to pass notes through that veil or communicate through that veil. You have to learn the Morse code of communication between those two realms. And synchronicities are that Morse code.
Hi, I'm Sahara Rose, and this is the Highest Self podcast, a place where we discuss what makes you your soul's highest development. One thing I've been fascinated about my entire life are synchronicities. So these are when you experience these coincidences, and I'm making little quote marks with them, but little signs that feel like the universe is talking to you. So maybe you notice different angel numbers, or you have a specific number that anywhere you go, you notice a license plate, or it's on the clock, or it's on someone's shirt. Or maybe, like myself, you just feel like you're in constant conversation with the universe. So I know for myself, oftentimes when I'm writing and I'm listening to music, the lyrics will tell me exactly what I'm meant to write upon next, especially if I'm stuck on a word, it like gives me the words through the music. Oftentimes I will have conversations with people that I, at that moment, don't realize how significant they are until later. Like I'll have a conversation with someone about relationships, and then a few days later be in that exact same situation that conversation was preparing me for. Or sometimes it's even something catastrophic that needed to happen. I always talk about how when you are living in alignment with your dharma, your soul's purpose, you experience flow, kriya. So that's when you meet the right person at the right time and you feel these synchronicities. But when you're out of alignment with your dharma, your soul's purpose, you experience karma, which is bounded action by the universe. So those are the barricades and blocks that are actually the universe telling you that something is out of alignment and that you need to make a shift to come back into alignment. So oftentimes at the beginning, it's a tap, tap, tap. You feel a little anxious, something feels off. We still don't listen because most people in the world feel that way all the time. And then it turns into a punch, 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 something bigger. You know, maybe you're having panic attacks, or you know, you really don't want to go to work, or you're experiencing fights with this person or whatever else. And oftentimes we still don't listen because we're stubborn little humans. And then it can be an on your knees moment, an accident, a catastrophe, a divorce, something really big that it's like, okay, you need to look at this area of your life. And that doesn't mean that the universe was out to get you. No, it's actually its way of protecting you. It's telling you that something is off. And that's why there's that pain. That's why there's that resistance. It's the barricades on the end of the highway. It's to get you back on track. And then when you get back on track towards your dharma, your soul's purpose, your fullest expression, the big reason why you are here, and that's exactly what I teach in Dharma Coaching Institute, when you're living in alignment with that, you start to notice that the universe is propelling you in the direction of your purpose because you are living in alignment with your unique design. You're sharing the gifts that you are here to share. You are literally operating at your fullest potential. And that's what Source, God, universal consciousness wants. It wants us all to be living our highest timelines because that's what's going to create the best world for all of us. We need the singers, we need the poets, we need the builders, we need everything. And you were designed with your own unique archetypes, your own unique experiences, even the obstacles you've overcome were your training ground to prepare you for embodying your soul's purpose. Because you may have been born with this purpose, but it doesn't mean you were born embodying it. You need to go through those life-challenging lessons to give you the tools, the grit, the resilience, the confidence, the strength, the voice. We experience contrast to help us see, okay, this doesn't feel right. And now how can I come into an alignment again? So in my own experience, it has been through my greatest life tragedies, in fact, going through health challenges in my early 20s, doctors telling me that I was going through perimenopause when I was 21 years old, then learning how to heal my body, studying Ayurveda, which led to me writing my first and second book on Ayurveda, then dealing with issues with my family, which caused me to go down this healing journey and looking at the ancestral patterns and all of the ways the feminine was oppressed, and being the first woman in my family to really go out there and work and share her gifts, and then experiencing my divorce and that heartbreak and looking deeper into myself and the ways I wasn't fully meeting and showing up for myself. So all of these initiations are preparing us for what is to come. So I share all about how you can actually turn your pain into your purpose, turn your mess into your message, turn that bronze into gold, which is alchemy. In my new Pain to Purpose series, I share with you my story of my recent dark night of the soul and how it led to even higher levels of expression, freedom, joy, even being a headline DJ at an Envision Festival to 1,500 people in the jungle, all coming through really looking at what was underneath the hood of my car, because it's a constant journey, it's a constant spiral, and then there are higher initiations required. So head over to the show notes to sign up for the Pain to Purpose series. It is absolutely free. It's going to give you that little judge that you might need right now of looking at maybe some of the obstacles in your life and seeing how you can alchemize them into gold. And doors are open right now to become a certified soul purpose and spiritual life coach with me at the Dharma Coaching Institute. So this is our ICF recognized school that trains soul purpose and spiritual life coaches through our 6-month tried and true method. We've graduated over 1,500 coaches and have had incredible transformational experiences of many people now full-time coaching, being paid by corporations, hosting their own retreats, having their one-on-one private practices, and so much more. So again, head over to the show notes. You're going to be able to join the Pain for Purpose series and learn more about the Dharma Coaching Institute. So now let's get into this episode. Today I am sitting with Robert Brandt. You may recognize him from the Gaia Show Codex. He is a man of the mysteries who has actually discovered one of the biggest discoveries in ancient Egyptian mythology. And in today's conversation, he's going to be merging metaphysics, math, and science with spirituality to help us actually see how many of these claims that we talk about, such as synchronicities, are actually scientifically and mathematically proven. So this is a great conversation, especially if you're someone that's maybe a little bit more skeptical, or you tend to just be a little bit more on that left brain side, that you need more math and research to believe something, or to share it with your partner who may be more like that. I love seeing the way that math and music, spirituality, and science can go hand in hand. And this is a conversation that's going to help you see that these aren't actually different sides of ourselves, but they're actually interrelated. So without further ado, let's welcome Robert Grant on the Highest Self podcast. All right. Well, welcome, Robert, to the Highest Self podcast.
Hi.
It's so great to have you here.
Great to be here.
The first question I would love to ask you is, what makes you your highest self?
What makes me my highest self? I think my authentic self. So I think I spent the first half of my life probably trying to be my ideal in every single way. And I think the second half of my life has been spent realizing that I was already ideal. And it's like from the moment we're born, we experience separation. We start carving off parts of ourselves that we think are not really what we want to be because those parts bring us shame and guilt. So we sort of just cut it. I think of it like a block of cheese. You start off with this big block of cheese, and then by the end, you've got this thin pillar. And you've separated yourself from all the rest of it. When actually the great lesson is to learn to bring and integrate all those aspects of yourself that you've cut away from yourself. In my case, I've been a musician who gave up music. I was an artist who gave up art because it was something I didn't want to associate with. I was a serious business guy, right? So, and into my left brain, very much into mathematics and logic, and I thought my whole job here on earth was to learn to be a better judge. And what I've realized over time was actually that what I thought was black and white was actually more gray than black or white. And a lot of the ors that I was living and experiencing actually became ands. And then I started realizing that I am what I've been looking for. So my highest self is realizing the beauty of the uniqueness of what I am and just integrating that and accepting it fully and loving it fully. And as I experience that more and more, then the world around me starts to become more like that too.
And you start to experience the synchronicities that are guiding you there, that want you there. So I really want to dive into this because I heard you on another podcast and I was like, because I've been really devoted to synchronicities and being in conversation with the universe in that way. But, you know, sometimes we even question ourselves. Like even when we had a Zoom call, I'm like, you know, sometimes I even question like, am I making this up in my head? Am I, you know, when you say red car, you start noticing red cars everywhere. So is it like my own bias in my mind? So I'm curious, first of all, how do you see a synchronicity? What is your definition and your understanding of it? Let's start there. And I got some more layers I want to get into.
Okay. I see it as a moment. You know, Carl Jung says that you can actually track your progression through the individuation process by the degree and number of synchronicities you experience and register. And I believe that wholeheartedly. And so what I realized is that all along, a lot of these synchronicities were around, but I wasn't necessarily tracking them and noticing them. You know, I'd wake up every morning at like 1:11 or 4:32 or 1:37, and I was like, how is it always one of these three numbers? I mean, it's kind of bizarre. I mean, obviously I have some sort of clock inside my body that is running all the time and somehow telling me to wake up at this time because that's the time I have to go to the bathroom. But wait a minute, is it really that way all day long too? How is it that I'm seeing the same cycle of numbers through my life all over and over and over again? And is it really that these things are something separate from me? Or is it really that what I'm experiencing as the outside world around me is really just my U inverse? And this is the way that the higher self and your subconscious mind can communicate with your conscious mind through synchronicities. It's like, imagine there's sort of like a veil between the conscious and the subconscious mind. And that veil is this veil of forgetfulness. And there's no way to pass notes through that veil or communicate through that veil. You have to learn Morse code of communication between those two realms. And synchronicities are that Morse code. It allows you to communicate with your higher self. It allows you to connect. And when you finally do communicate with the subconscious mind or the U inverse, that's when you're starting to integrate the superconscious mind. And every moment can be a beautiful synchronicity if we just start to notice what's happening around us. But we have to be present and we have to be aware and realize that we're not disconnected from the world around us, but actually we're just a part of that larger consciousness that is us.
I love that. Universe, you inverse.
Yeah.
That the universe is you inverse. It's a reflection of you.
It's an inverted you.
Yes. So my question is then, who is behind these synchronicities? What is the energy behind it and what does it want?
So I think what it wants is, as I kind of gave the analogy, when we start off, I remember in 2017, I started drawing out what I was seeing in my mind as musical notes, because I was a musician also, and I was noticing all these correspondences in mathematics to music. You know, most people that bring in a lot of new mathematical discovery happen to also be musicians. And we know Bernard Riemann, because he gives us something that's called the prime number conjecture, right? It's prime number distribution, how prime numbers are distributed out into infinity. And he wrote this conjecture that's never been proven yet, still unproven, but most people know Riemann for being a musician. He wrote Neo-Riemannian tuning. Right, so he was a very brilliant musician who also happened to be a number theorist. And so what you find is that math and music are just opposites of each other. In a way, you could say that music is the way that we enjoy music, but we do it through the abstract concept of it. The center point of those two things is geometry. So geometry definitely is the music that we enjoy with our eyes. And music is the geometry that we enjoy with our ears. So when you start thinking in those terms, and the math is the abstract notion of it all, the language beneath it, the source code beneath it all, then you start realizing that what is really happening here is I've been separating out as a higher self. Imagine you're a higher consciousness. That higher consciousness wants to experience itself through your eyes, through your unique perspective. Your unique way of viewing the world is the highest value you can bring to the Akashic record. The Akashic record wants to expand with more and more data.
Can you explain what is Akashic record for someone that
The Akashic record is a field, right? It's a data bank. You can think of it like a blockchain. It's like a blockchain of everything that has happened through time. And what are those things? Well, it's a blockchain of all of our emotional experiences. It's literally a blockchain of our emotions.
That has ever happened and will ever happen.
That has ever happened and will ever happen. And, you know, in India, I know we have a mutual friend in Deepak.
Mhm.
So Deepak asked me to come with him once to Kerala, and I wasn't able to go with him on that trip, but he told me that when he goes to Kerala, he gets this banana leaf reading, right? That gives you
The
your
naughty
whole...
leaf.
Yes, exactly, the naughty leaf.
Yes.
And I was so excited to do this. I went and did it anyway, but I didn't go with him because I couldn't make it. I had a board conflict that same week. But basically, the idea is that there's a record of all of the experiences that we have, all of the incarnations of you that are happening actually simultaneous to this moment of now. And that record is basically this blockchain storage of all of the emotions. Now, we can't track time without motion. So if we think about dimension for just a moment, right? Remember in school, a single line would be the first dimension, right? If we then put another axis on that line, so we have an x-axis, now we have a y-axis, now we can have 2 dimensions, and we measure that in units squared, right? So we can measure area because you can take, you know, going up the y-axis and to the right on the x-axis, you can basically have 5 and 5, so then area would be 25 for that. And so that's how we measure it. In the 3rd dimension, we add a z-axis, right? So now there's a depth dimension. It's not just flat anymore. And that depth dimension allows us to measure things in volume, right? So then you would just take each one of those sides, if it was all equal, and you'd be s to the 3rd power, right? So the side to the 3rd power. Well, the 4th dimension is time. And what that requires is motion, right? So motion. So you could say that time itself is a recording of all motion. But I find it interesting and analogous that actually what we experience through every moment of time that we experience is really the sum of all of our perceptions that then lead to emotional results. And emotion and motion are closely related to each other. Because if you wanted to experience yourself through someone else's eyes, right? So the one divides itself into the many simply for the joy of observing itself through the eyes of this other number, this other person, and then also having that group or the many come back into the number one again, eventually. So the one divides itself in the many simply for the joy, ultimately, of becoming one again. So each of these perceptions that we have are not actually related to the things that happen to us, because what actually happens to us is not necessarily what truly happened to us. What do I mean by that? Everybody has their own lens of perception. So if we walked out onto your street outside here, and we witnessed and we were eyewitness to a crime, and then we ended up having to go to court to testify about that crime. And there were 30 other witnesses that saw the same crime. Let's say there was an old woman who got robbed on the street. How many different accounts would there be of what happened? At least 30, right? And would they all be the same? You would think that they would be the same. They're not the same. Very often, it's one of the biggest challenges when you go to court, because many eyewitnesses to what happened all have entirely different accounts of what happened. It's because we cannot separate ourselves from our own observation bias from our experience. And so if we're living every single moment, we think that, oh, this happened to me or that happened to me. It's not actually what happened to you necessarily. We see the world not as it is, but as we are. So what happens is we then say, this happened to me, and we make an interpolation. We interpret what occurred, and that interpretation is an observation that comes from our conditioning biases, ultimately. So therefore, we then cannot differentiate between what actually happened to us, right, and what we perceive happened to us. So what we say happened to us is actually just the sum of our perceptions. And that perception leads to emotional states. Right? So it's like an inducement of an emotional state. And you can go through life not having any control over your emotions and just letting external stimuli stimulate you into one feeling or another. And you can be all over the map until you find your center and you realize that this is actually happening to you. You can actually grasp it and get control of it and say, I'm not going to perceive it this way. I'm going to perceive it a different way altogether. And when we do that, it keeps a record in the Akashic field because it's a sum of all the motion states and emotion states, right, that we experience. So we can tap into those emotional states in that moment, and we can revisit those places. And when you actually raise your consciousness to a high enough level, you can access that Akashic field of information, which is all information in it, all the emotional states, and all the stimuli that basically led to those emotional outcomes.
So what I struggle with understanding is then what's the difference between an emotion or emotion that you actually did versus didn't do if it's all being recorded?
It's how you remember it, first of all, because there is something called retrocausality, which you can go back. Have you ever had a situation where you said, gosh, that was terrible. And then like a year later, came back to that and said,
oh, in one. Yes.
That was the best thing. I dodged a bullet, right? Oh my gosh, that was like the best thing that ever happened to me, right? We've all had that experience. Time has this way of flipping polarity of circumstance and perception, right? So there becomes a retrocausal nature of it, because then that is also incredibly healing. Because once you finally have that realization that what happened to you actually happened for your highest benefit, then you no longer feel the victim and you can let go of that trauma. I don't even like to use the term trauma, to be honest, because trauma implies I had nothing to do with it. Trauma,
and it implies something negative that's taking away from you.
It implies something negative, and that you don't ultimately have control. You're not the captain of your soul. You're not the master of your fate. I believe that we are the master of our fate, and we are the captain of our soul, and that we do have a tremendous amount of power over how we choose to perceive what happens around us.
Yes.
And what often happens to us is that we go into these modes where we become the hammer that's always searching for a nail. And we don't even realize it. So if we think we're a victim, we will be victimized over and over and over again. If instead you feel like empowered, you don't feel the victim, you're not victimized anymore. And even the circumstances you might have said from one angle could have looked like you got victimized, it can become an incredible source of empowerment towards you. right? And I know you went through similar, very challenging circumstance that you told me about in our last conversation. And now, but it's so incredible how quickly you've already gone into that new polarity of perception.
By seeing it as an ultimate gift of transmutation and knowing that that's what life gives us. It's to turn that bronze into gold and to continue to have these deeper initiations to take us to deeper levels of embodiment that we would not have been able to reach had it not been through those transformative periods. So I've noticed so many more synchronicities since going through this journey of just like constant confirmation of being in and out of alignment through flow and then also through that, you know, bounded energy. So coming back to my question of like, who's behind these synchronicities? What does this you inverse? What does this God source consciousness want?
So imagine if you could multiply yourself by your U inverse. So if you have a number, and let's call that number really a light signature, because we can convert a spectrum of light into a numerical representation, right? So that means that the world around you would simply be 1 over your number. Let's say that your number happened to be your birthday. It was your birthday combined with your name in gematria, which is assigning a numerical value to the letters of your name. It's also your birth location, your birth time. And what I've just described to you now is the gene keys. It's effectively the gene keys. That's the information you have to put into the gene keys. And it's remarkably accurate if you haven't done it before. Yeah, it's very accurate, just as numerology is very accurate. Incredibly accurate, so it's astrology. But really, gene keys to me is like a higher order, higher dimensional astrology. And so when you realize that you have a light signature and the world
so
around
this consciousness, you believe, chose your birthday and your name and your birthplace to give you this certain number spectrum to experience life through.
Which then means I will have an entire, because there's never anyone else that's had my exact same number spectrum. No one else ever has ever had my exact same number. So therefore, my experience in my outside world will be another number pattern that will be the inverse of that value. So 1 over that number will give me a repetition rate. So what do I mean by that? So certain numbers, when you take their inverse values, you take the number 7, for example. 1 over 7, so the number 1 divided 7 times, is 0.142857, and then those same 6 digits repeat infinitely. Okay, it's called a period, or periodicity. It's almost like a time tracker. Or you could say it's like a 142857, 142857, 142857, like a sine, cosine wave on that number. Now, as you get to larger and larger numbers, that length of period becomes gigantic, becomes huge. So huge sometimes that you cannot zoom out enough to see the pattern. But
So
let's
it's like
say
patterns in your life repeating.
Bingo. It's exactly right. The patterns in your life are repeating. They're set. So that everything was actually predetermined. You just didn't realize it. And it took you your whole life until you realize, wait, what are the patterns that are in my life that are repeating, that are specifically related to my unique light signature? I used to think that, you know, I was good in business and that's why I could succeed in business. And I worked really hard. And, you know, I was always like, oh, you know, luck isn't really the thing. It's just a chance and opportunity meet in the right place. You know, preparation and opportunity is what I basically represent. And so therefore I'm successful. But one day I realized maybe it could just be that I was born Taurus.
Just have a propensity towards material, grounded, you know, Taurus
Every
things.
Taurus I know has the same thing. They like nice things, right? They
Luxury,
manifest
yeah.
luxury. They're like of this earth. They can literally ground anything, right? And I don't think I know any Tauruses that aren't like that.
Yeah.
Right? And they're just good with it. And they just do it like a fish swims, right? If we try to judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, right? This is a quote from Einstein. You know, obviously we're all going to be disappointed in it not being a genius, but actually judge it on what it's built to do. And that's understanding what our own gene key is. When we finally understand what we're here to do, that's what I meant when you asked me the question, what is your highest self? And I said, it's my highest authenticity. It's recognizing and owning who I am and realizing that that is good enough and that I exist for a reason. My existence is here to provide another expansion to the Akashic field of information so that the universe, the one, the universal one, or God, if you want to call it that, not some old guy who's like reaching out to Adam, but actually the entire universe itself is alive and wanting to expand and grow. I gave you a copy of my book, Philomath. Philomath means lover. Philo means lover, just like from philosophy. Sophia means wisdom. So philosophia is lover of wisdom. Philomath doesn't mean lover of math. The ancient word for mathematics never meant, until the time of Aristotle, it always meant the seed of all learning. It was the language of all learning. So this idea of philosophia and philomath is actually not a lover of mathematics, it's a lover of learning. The universe is a lover of learning. The universe wants to expand its consciousness just as we want to expand our consciousness. And through each of us going through this process of ascension and then returning back to one, it adds more and more value to the expansion of overall consciousness.
So do you think that the universe is benevolent or just neutral? Do you think it wants the highest good for humanity, or it just wants to experience the full spectrum with no agenda of what's benevolent or evil?
I think we all have these notions of what we think, you know, God should be. And I kind of use the example of Michelangelo's, you know, God and Adam reaching out to each other, like this mirror reflection of each other. Most people don't realize, though, that as God is reaching out to Adam, there's something around God. It looks like a curtain around him. He's got some angels and cherubs around him, and a woman right across from him making the shape of an X as well. Well, that is all a representation of the brain, the human brain. The X is representing the optic chiasm, which is the right eye connects through its optic nerve to the occipital lobe on the left side of the brain. And the left eye connects to the right side of the brain. So it creates a chi shape, an X, right over the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland is the feminine of the brain. The pineal gland is the masculine of the brain. It's actually shaped like a penis. And the pituitary gland is also shaped like the, like the sex organ of a woman, right? The vagina. And those two things actually can work together. They're apart from each other in the brain, but through breathing exercises, you can actually lift the pituitary gland so that it will be on the same plane. When you breathe in and out, it actually does move up and down. And actually what's funny is we all see cine fluoroscopy, echocardiograms of heart tissue, right? We'll see some of these heart pumping, and we'll be able to look at something like a cine fluoroscopy where we can actually see blood going through the heart. But it's very seldom that we get to see something where the brain is actually moving with each one of our breaths. But if we could see it, right? If we did have that kind of an AccuScan or an MRI or whatever running in real time, you would see the brain pumps in and out just as our heart does. It goes up and down with each of our breaths, just as our heart is pumping all the time and moving as well. So what this does is when you can actually bring together the pineal and the pituitary glands, then you balance the masculine and feminine, and in particular, with the breathing, the feminine must rise. The pituitary gland is lower on the plane. So this optic chiasm, right, is representing the left side of the brain merging with the right side of the brain, the left side of the brain being the seat of all rational thought, the right side of the brain being the seat of irrational thought, creativity. The masculine or linear side of the brain is the left side, and you could say that would be represented by the letter A. And then the feminine side of the brain brings in the curve. It's not just straight lines, it's the omega. So you have now alpha, chi, omega. Chi bringing the balance between the two. So we've been living in this existence of duality. Now, I raised the concept of duality. Why? Well, because we all have this concept of God being only good. So then we have to come up with a name like Set in Egypt, which became Satan, right? Satan just means he that opposes. Is Satan just an actor as part of this to create this separation somehow from God because we can't associate the bad things that happen in the world with a God figure because we think they're only good? You know, it's only kind of Western philosophy that has led to these concepts of divinity being only good. If you look through history, the Greek pantheon, the Sumerian pantheon, right, which had 7 gods, the Egyptian pantheon had 9 gods, the Greek pantheon has 12. And if you look at each one of the personalities of Zeus and Poseidon and Athena, etc., they all have these incredible strengths, right, and these abilities. They've got kind of special powers, but they also have very, very high degree of fault tolerance, right? So what I mean by that, well, Zeus was this crazy player, right? He had all these women. He was married to Hera, but he had all these affairs with all these other women, and he was well known for that. It wasn't like he was this just perfectly good guy. If you look into Indian, right, and Hindu belief systems, right, we've got concepts of Kali, which is kind of like destructive, Shiva, right, Brahman. They all have these different kind of personality types, and we don't look at it as like, that's Satan. But actually, it is creating cycles of destruction. So instead of looking at it through the lens of duality, of good and evil, we can transcend above that concept and just realize that it is, and that everything must remain in balance. So that means that God himself or herself must be both light and dark. Because that's what's happening in this world. And we're just a reflection in totality of just all of the different divisions that could be possible of that number one. The number one is neither evil nor good. It's balanced. So I believe that, you know, and I know this is hard for people, sometimes they'll say, I don't believe that anyone's any better than anyone else. What I believe is that the people that I'm most concerned about are the ones who don't believe they have any darkness within them. Because usually those are the ones that will then do the things, right, that society has the hardest time integrating.
Mm-hmm.
Because they believe fully that they are completely above and beyond and they're only good. This is how you get the Catholic priest who ends up, you know, molesting the altar boy. And this is what life is here to teach us, that Shakespeare says, whether good or bad, right, thinking makes it so. Whether good or bad, thinking makes it so. It's kind of in that same concept of, you know, as we make judgments, we don't realize often that the things we judge are the things we attract until we no longer judge the things we attracted. So we're not here to learn more judgment. After 40, 50 years of life, you start realizing, I'm not here to be more of a judge. I'm here to be a lover. I'm here to accept. I'm here to love and to be loved and to learn how to receive that love, both from myself and from others. When I keep judging that it's not there, I'm only recreating more cycles of samsara, which is that periodicity of that number that relates to my inverse, right? So every single person, when you start realizing this and that you can communicate with your higher self, all the experiences, all the people that come across you as you walk down the street, they can be divine emanations, bringing you messages, confirming your path. And then when things that are going to happen to you that are not so great happen, then you can actually look at it from a different perspective and say, the universe didn't happen to me, it's happening for me. I just need to see it in the light that it is. We get triggered by things, and now in that context, we have to say, well, if I'm triggered by this thing, what is it that I'm trying to teach myself through this triggering? Right? And that is really when the world changes. When you start realizing that, wait a minute, this is all happening for me, then you start realizing you're in a game. And the game is of your own making. And then it's beautiful. And it changes everything because the context is now totally changed. Everything has changed. and you start realizing, oh, I'm getting less and less triggered by things. That means you're literally dissolving a lot of these issues that you had judged in yourself. Your life gets lighter, your relationships get better, and then you start to ask yourself, not why did that happen to me, but why did I choose this?
And then everything becomes medicine.
And then everything becomes medicine, and then your whole life just becomes more fun. You're not toiling anymore in the same way. Things just start happening for you kind of automatically. You don't have to worry about what's going to happen in your life because you already realize you're there. And one of my favorite Chinese proverbs is, the man who blames others has a long way in his journey to go. The man who blames himself is halfway there. And the man who blames no one has already arrived.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. One of the things that has allowed me to show up a lot more fearlessly in my life, online, in my work, is going into my shadows. Yes, the things that I'm ashamed about, the things that I'm afraid will happen, those scenarios that you make up in your head, but then sometimes they're just too scary to fully go into. Well, by going into them with a therapist, it has allowed me to be so much more fully expressed. And that has led to me dancing and DJing and living my best life. So I'm super grateful for therapists at BetterHelp because they are really on point. You get matched with the perfect therapist for you. It's convenient, it's flexible, it's totally online. You just fill out a questionnaire and they help pair you up with the right one for you. And you can also change them at any time. So to get started on your therapy journey, visit betterhelp.com/Sahara to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Sahara, and you can find that link in the show notes.
And I see this happening a lot with the Western psychology model. You know, it's like we go from unawareness, this is happening in the news, I'm a victim, and then we go into a lot of the psychology work and it's like, it's because of my childhood, it's because of this, it's because of that, and then it's like, I'm a traumatized person and, you know, I need all these labels and all these ways that we give up our power, you know, and we do become victims of our own situations and thought patterns and all of that, and I think it's our way of negating responsibility. And then when we're able to move past that, it's like, okay, why did my soul choose this? What lessons did it teach me? What medicine did it give me? And then anything that's showing up for you, it's perfect exactly as it is. And then when you release preferences, and that's really been my practice of like, I don't know where I'm supposed to live. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. How could I know? Because I couldn't have never known the direction my life has gone. I would have very much limited my full potential had I decided, you know, at what age do you decide? Because it's constantly changing, right? You would put a cap at your potential at whatever age you decided how your life was meant to go. So instead, just stepping into this, show me by hearing the right thing at the right time and meeting the right people that guides me to the next step. And then you're like on the edge of your seat of life, you know, and you're just like, ooh, like, where's this going to take me in that? And like, I noticed within myself of the ego trying to grasp to certainty. Because I do think it helps, like, earlier on the journey of like goal setting, you know, like, okay, this is my goal. I'm going to work hard towards it. I'm going to be disciplined and practice. And it can help us go from maybe like unawareness, apathy to a sense of control and empowerment, which gets our fire going. But then to go beyond that, it's how can my little human mind know? It's like level, yeah.
You know, certainty is, I think, something that everybody falls into the trap of. And there's really no such thing. I mean, literally, I could walk outside right now and just make a mistake because I'm looking at my phone and get hit by a car.
And then we hold on to these certainties of I have this job and I'm in this relationship and this is where I live and this is how I do things. And when it's gone, it's like that was taken away from me as if it was ever yours.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that movie? Have you ever seen that movie Office Space? It's absolutely hysterical. And these guys are like these total like Silicon Valley nerds. And one of the guys is like from Syria or somewhere in the Middle East. And the other guys are figuring out how to like rob the bank that they're working at, or the company they're working at. They're going to take one fraction of 1 penny off of everybody's bank accounts. It's actually a really funny comedy. And of course they, you know, it becomes this whole thing. But in one of the scenes, one of the guys, the guy that's from the Middle East, one of the guys makes the comment, the guy that was from Silicon Valley originally, says, he goes, what do you want? Do you want to just be in this job for the rest of your life, sitting in that cubicle? And then the guy from like the Middle East says, I can only dream of such job security. Which is the funniest thing, because everyone's like, oh, that would be like the worst existence ever, right? To be stuck in some like cubicle for the rest of your days, right? Grinding it out for some lame company you have no purpose working for, right? All you're doing is shuffling papers from one desk to another type of thing. And then the other guy's total different perspective was, I can only dream of such amazing job security.
And it's like Maslow's hierarchy, because it's like when you don't have your survival needs met, then yes, job security sounds like the most grounding thing ever. I really want that. But when you have that, a lot of people in the US and Western world, they're like, okay, what's next? But then often we go into the material goods, thinking that that's what's going to give us liberation. I know that's been a part of your journey. And then we realize the emptiness and the yearning and the longing for something greater is still there. And then we let go. But how can we let go without having to get to all of the things first?
I think it's already predetermined by the light signature in your number. I don't think it's something that you can just
So you don't believe there's free will?
I believe that what we call free will and destiny is actually related in a different way. I believe that what we call destiny is the free will of our higher selves.
Because, yeah, sometimes I think if there's free will, doesn't our highest self already know what we're going to decide based off of our
It's working independent of time already.
Right.
So it knows better than we can know because it's got the perspective of being able to see all past and all future. For it, it's just now.
So do you think then by doing practices like, you know, well, let's just start by healing your inner child and things like that. Do you think you can change your destiny?
I believe that the destiny is already predetermined and the path of what we wanted to learn, right? And maybe not in our lower context, in our conscious minds, but let's say that the overarching lessons. So let's just say that there's something selected where the higher self, which is the entire universe, says, here's what I want to experience. Here's what I want to learn. It's like a menu. I'm going to go down the menu list of things, and based on this light signature, which we can basically embed in each person by determining their time of birth, their location of their birth, and all that stuff, right? It's like built into you. So then the arc of your life is already set. Your hero's journey is already predetermined. The fact that you're going to come back and
would you
realize
say the
oneness-
life's work in Gene Keys is the closest thing you found to explaining that?
Yeah, I would.
That's why mine says you're here to teach about spirituality.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
See, you found your place.
But then maybe it's the mediums that is the free will of like, okay, how am I going to do this? But then what about people who never reach their siddhi, their dharma, their purpose?
Well, I mean, sometimes you go through multiple lifetimes, right? But I think that's actually part of their purpose too. They're just going through their long cycle of this massive repetition cycle. And at some point, once they finally raise their consciousness and be able to see the patterns of their lives, and then once we expand beyond duality, that's when you start experiencing time differently. The moment you start letting go of judgment is literally, that is the encryption layer. Time is the encryption layer between the fourth dimension and the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension is a dimension of love and acceptance. And the way we transcend time is by turning to love rather than judgment.
I experienced this firsthand because I was very much operating at the frequency of truth. And I was sharing with you before I went to Egypt, I was very much, my whole life, truth seeker, share the truth, be the truth, 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 truth. And, truth is a very important virtue. But just the initiation, the portal that I've been in and going to Egypt, it shifted my frequency to love. That it was less about truth because truth has this element of justice to it.
Yeah.
It has this element of this is right and this is wrong. And I need to balance the scales through my actions, which means I ultimately know I am the judge of what's right or wrong. And it showed me just, first of all, that we as humans are not in charge of that at all. We have Ma'at, the deity, and many other deities, and all these different cycles, and all of these different layers that we're just not even consciously aware of.
Yep.
In the grand scheme of lifetimes where this is all being played out, in truth, a judge panel is not on one specific situation. And beyond that, it's like truth, ultimately, if it's not being received, what's the point? Right? If I'm like, this is the truth, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and you're closed off to it because I'm not coming from a place of love, then it's just hitting a wall, and then I'm just actually lowering my vibration now, because now you're not feeling heard, you're not feeling met.
And for the other person, their truth is their truth. It could be the same as looking outside and say, no, one person could say, oh, the guy ran up and stole the bag from behind. And the other one would say, no, that's not true. Came from the other direction and stole it from the front, right? And both of them may be right. How is that possible that both are right? So this is so difficult because people are like, wait a minute, there has to be an objective truth. No, what we all have to realize is that what we've been telling ourselves is the truth, is what we subconsciously and unconsciously believe was benefiting us.
Right. Yeah, because also truth changes with time. Different levels of consciousness, different awareness, different pieces of the puzzle. You might have seen that accident happen on the street, but now I realize the car behind them was actually pushing this car to go faster, so it wasn't this car, it was that car. And it's like my field of awareness expands, so then the truth changes again. Meanwhile, your field of awareness is changing. We might actually switch sides of what is true.
Oh, completely.
So,
by the way, that's what political parties are doing right now.
Right, exactly.
No, that's exactly what's happened. I mean, we can look back in history. So, we tend to think of the party that's an advocate for, NAACP and sort of for minority issues, et cetera, is going to be the Democratic Party generally, right? And then we tend to think about the Republican Party as old, rich, white guys, right? And that's kind of the way they're both portrayed, and to a certain extent, both kind of accept that as well. But what's more interesting about it is going back in time, because the Emancipation Proclamation was made by Abraham Lincoln, who was a Republican. The Democrats were actually the party of slavery.
Right. Yeah.
So how did that flip 180 degrees?
Right. Because we could say it is true that Democrats stand for freedom, and it is true that Republicans stand for, they're all conservative white dudes, but that actually just wasn't true because Abraham Lincoln's time, it was the polar opposite.
Well, I'll give you another example of it since we're on politics, and I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I refuse to participate. Now I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm like
exactly.
over this.
I'm non-preference.
I'm so over it. I'm like, please. The Republican Party touts itself as the party of conservatism, right? And that also extends to how they spend their money, right? And yet, every Republican presidency has run a much larger budget deficit than their Democrat counterparts. What gives? It's almost like you want to basically fool everybody. Just, if you want to be a successful president, I've heard this before, either be a Democrat or a Republican who ends up running on those two platforms, but then after he goes into office, flips to the other side, whatever that is, because you'll get way more things done. So if you're a conservative and you actually want to get something done, the way you got to do it is you got to basically run as a Democrat and then have conservative policies, because that will turn the tide, right? And so this is what's been happening. I realized, probably 2010, that what I considered was dualistic, humility and arrogance. I started looking at people that were arrogant, and they're the ones that were calling out other people for being arrogant. So they're the ones that would say, oh, I can't stand that person because he's so arrogant.
Yeah, we see what we are. If
you spot it, that means you got it. And so that's when I started realizing that, okay, what we call fascist actually always starts off as communist. You look throughout history. I mean, is Kim Jong-un and Kim Il-sung, his grandfather, and all the people that basically have set up what is North Korea today, I mean, you go there, it's fascism because there's giant pictures of people's faces everywhere. But the thing is that they all always start running on platforms of social democracy. Hitler was a social democrat.
Yeah, what we resist persists, and we become that thing.
Exactly. So all of it is a circle or a sphere. It's you take one more step to the right, and you've got, you think that you're right wing. You keep going, you end up at communism.
Yeah, and even just on a little micro example, my uncle is very clean, like OCD, clean, wants everything to be clean, and always ends up with the stains on everything. The stains on the shirt, the stains on the couch, and it's like the one thing that annoys him the most. Because
What does he do?
That he's an oral surgeon.
Okay,
Yeah.
I knew he was a doctor. It's sort of like the doctors that have the pin pockets here, and then there's always like ink stain in the pocket.
Exactly.
And they're super meticulous and everything
Right,
else.
and it's almost like we joke because his wife, my aunt, she could be eating like pomegranate, which is like super messy, and like bring it from the table to her mouth and like totally fine, and he like touches a little bit and it's like ruined his perfectly white stained shirt. So that's the funny thing of like whatever you don't want to happen has to happen for you to get rid of that preference. But then I wonder, I'm like, okay, let's say I commit to a lifetime of having no preference. I'm just floating. I'm just like accepting what is. It's like, well, then how would I have beauty? How would I have expression? How would I have individuation if I just become this like blob of no preference?
Well, I don't know that it has to be no preference. I think you can, because I'm a Taurus. I used to not want people to know that I like nice things, right? So I remember I used to have an Aston Martin. And I had several Aston Martins. And when I worked it out again, I remember thinking, oh, I probably shouldn't drive my Aston Martin to work. Because I don't want people to like think of me as being like obsessed with this material stuff, right? Which is kind of stupid because people all figure it out anyway, right? It's better just to own it. Just own your shit, right? Instead of trying to tell somebody, oh, I don't like this, or I'm not like that, or judge everyone else for doing the thing that you're trying to avoid being yourself, just be at one with it and accept and own it. I like nice things. There's nothing wrong with that. It's us that assigns guilt, shame, blame to whatever the things are in our life that we're not yet fully comfortable with and at peace with.
Yes, it's when you're wobbling that you're questioned.
It's always the case, right? And so what happens is like, it reminds me sometimes, I had one circumstance like this back in high school that really bothered me, and then it happened again later in life. So it was in my second marriage. People ask me the math equation all the time, what's half of a half of a half? And I say 3 marriages, right? That's kind of the way it works. But I remember in my second marriage, there was someone that was a friend of mine who his wife was, very, very attractive, beautiful woman. I'd never really talked to her before, and he and I were close friends. And she was in a forum with my ex-wife. And she went to this forum with my ex-wife, and this forum is it's like a YPO type forum. If you know what YPO is, it's a CEO club, basically. And she said, in this forum with the women, she told my ex-wife, and I'd never even talked to this woman. She told my ex-wife, I think that your husband might be attracted to me, which caused me a lot of pain. It was very difficult. It was super painful. And the thing is I'd never even talked to her. So how she could come to that, right? We tend to, and we all do this. We all project sometimes things. I've done it myself. So I had to learn that experience. We learn through opposites. So for example, I had to go through this terrible, terrible experience when I was in 2016, where I experienced mass betrayal from several of my friends, which was horrible. I was in a battle with a VC partner that was trying to get control of a company that I'd founded that became a unicorn company, like overnight. And I ended up winning the battle, but I felt like I lost the war. And it took me a long time to realize why it had to happen that way. Because I realized later that one of the things I came here to learn, that was part of my dharma, was to learn unconditional love. So if my choice at a higher self level is to learn unconditional love, that means I'm going to learn that through the opposite of unconditional love, which is conditional love. And the extreme form of conditional love is betrayal. I had to keep experiencing that betrayal until I learned to accept it. Because if I kept judging it, I would just be on the same